welcome to the Gauteng North Open 2024. What an amazing weekend. We had a great start yesterday, and I must say we've got some exciting stuff for you this morning. So this morning, we're starting with the veterans draw. The veterans starting at 9 o'clock sharp, and it's so amazing for you guys to join us, and we appreciate that you guys joined us. So, to show you what is happening in the ball. You see some of the veterans there warming up. In front of you here on the right, you've got table number 1, that's a pitch table. You see over here, got some nice angles on this table right here. You can see some of the veterans warming up with some of the juniors. The juniors will be on tomorrow, so don't miss out. Over here is the rest of the hall. You can see we've got 15 tables set up, 3 feature tables and then 12 tables. We've also got a warm-up table. So if you do want to pull in today, start warming up for the rest of the weekend, you're welcome to do so. What happened yesterday is we had the Down syndrome, the IIs, intellectually impaired, and the disabled categories. They started at 12, they finished at 4 perfectly on time, and they had such a good time. And I must say we had some fantastic competition there with the disabled categories. We had the live draw late last night, went a little bit over time. We anticipated it to go for an hour and for 2.5 hours, and then we got pressure to the end with some extreme light issues. But we ran around and you supported us through the live draw. We're still learning, there's a couple of things we still get it right. You guys are still supporting us through all our learnings. It's absolutely amazing. In the hall, we're going to, in about 2 minutes, we're going to ask programs to we're going to have a tournament briefing, and then we're going to start sharply at 9 with this category. We are super excited to see what these veterans have to offer. Last year, we didn't have the vets at the Gauteng North Open, the 2023 Gauteng North Open, but we are super excited to have them. They actually physically asked, I had quite a few requests saying, why did you exclude the veterans? And well, we apologized and we made it right. So this year we've got the veterans, and I must admit these guys come from an era of highly competitive table tennis. So that competitiveness will come through. These guys will fight to the very end, which is what we want to see for sure. Alright, let's take a look at some of the entries here. There are some draws to show you, but those we will need to line up. Talk through some of the entries. Okay, we're going to have to find that. We're just waiting for that feed to come through. In the meantime, I'm quickly going to sign off and just go and chat to the room. You'll hear me talking to the room, and then I'll be back in commentary at 9 when we start. Good morning once again to all our veterans. Such an amazing privilege to have you guys come and join us here at the 2024 Gauteng North Open. We've just reached 10-2, so we're going to ask you shortly to start clearing all the tables. We've gone live. We've currently got 5 viewers ready and waiting, ready to see what you guys have to offer, and I must admit everyone is super excited to see. So full disclosure, last year I had a few veterans saying, why did we exclude the veterans from the Gauteng North Open? We didn't do it on purpose. Obviously there's a lot of factors, time, availability of the hall, but this year we rectified that very quickly and we made sure that we included the veterans, and we're super excited to see you guys play. because we know some of you guys and we know how competitive the veterans are. The veterans love to win, and we're very excited to see you guys play today. So, in a few moments, I'm going to ask you guys to clear all the tables. Also, remember, it's going to be a long day, and you're not as young as you used to be. So, maybe you should conserve some energy every now and then. Fortunately, it's not as hot today. Fortunately, we've got some cloud cover, because this week has been a scorcher. So, it's good to maybe rest in between. Make sure you stay hydrated. In the corner, far right there, we've got snacks and drinks on sale. Please support the guys who are selling the snacks and drinks. And then while we're talking about support, we just want to thank our sponsors, our long-standing sponsor, Tony's Table Tennis. He's always been sponsoring the Gauteng North events with vouchers for our competition prizes. The prize money we're giving out for this tournament in total is about 20,000 Rand. So if you come in the top 3, you might get your share of that, but you'll definitely get a voucher for Tony's Table Tennis. Thank you so much, Tony, for always supporting Gauteng North Table Tennis. Some other sponsors we would like to thank. We want to thank Fed Group for sponsoring the sound equipment that helps us to communicate with you and also gives us a quality experience. Apparently it was a bit loud earlier. I apologize for that, but I would also say perhaps not too loud, perhaps a bit too old. Okay, I said it, I apologize, I said it. But no, thank you Fed Group for sponsoring the sound. We've also got some sponsors that's helping us with the live stream. If you look at the big screen, you might see yourself. Puma Video is your broadcast quality first stop shop. If you want to rent some broadcast quality gear, Puma Video in Joburg. I know they're opening up a branch in Cape Town shortly. Check them out online. Puma Video. WJM Creative also sponsored some gear for us. It's quite expensive to do a live stream like we're doing. So last year, 2023, Gauteng North led the way with live stream from start to finish with commentary, or at least we tried with commentary. Unfortunately, you had to listen to my voice most of the time. But thank you for appreciating it and for logging on and for listening. All right, I think we've come to that time where we are going to start clearing the tables. So if I can ask everyone nicely, let's start clearing the tables. Remember, we have to consider our online viewers as well. They could be watching anything else, but they're choosing to watch you guys. So let's value their time, value their data. We want to start sharply at 9, so let's start clearing the tables. If you want to start making your way to the front of the hall, shortly I'm going to hand over to Caroline, President of Gauteng North, and she's going to give you guys the tournament briefing. And then any rules and regulations that needs to be followed. Also remember, for that same reason, we've got to keep the games moving, so if you're called to a table, please make sure that you're there within 2 minutes. We do not want to walk over any player, so please just make sure you're on time. And this is for everyone's sake. If we have to wait for one person, we have to wait for everyone. And if we wait for everyone, we'll be here tomorrow, and then the juniors don't get to play. So let's make sure we're on time and make sure we're ready. So if you want to make your way forward, let me just quickly check where we're at. In case you were wondering, Gauteng North, Gade leading the way. Branded balls, Gauteng North balls. Don't steal them, please, or if you steal them, make sure that you use them as marketing for Gauteng North. Okay. So yesterday, we had our II, disabled, and Down syndrome events. It was very competitive. Now, we know you guys are competitive, but these kids, these guys were phenomenally competitive. It was a great day. We had we started at 12 o'clock, we finished at 4 o'clock, perfectly on time, and we had some fantastic competition. Then later on, we had the live stream. We did have some technical issues with streaming the draw live, but I know you guys saw your draw, and you guys are 100% happy with your draw. We lost the stream at about 5 minutes to go, unfortunately, but everyone's hung around for that. In all, we had about 200 odd views on the live stream yesterday. So I want to make sure that we break that record today. We want to get to 1,000 views in one day. I think last year for our senior singles, we had 1,000 views in one day, which was a fantastic showing for our limited budget live stream. So we want to do things well, and we do things very well. And I also want to just thank Gauteng North. You can see the guys are scrambling. These guys haven't slept for about a week to make sure that we get this tournament running as smoothly as possible and have the best experience we can possibly offer. So quick introductions. Vivek Singh, he's handling the administration. If you were on the live draw last night, you could have seen him. He was coding as he was going. That's how clever this guy is. Audrey Skoltz, we all know Audrey, logistically made sure that you've got tables and a nice floor and surrounds. Then we've got Michael Fidos, he's our tournament referee, and he's also the on-site doctor. So if you break a leg, he's here to amputate very quickly, no problems. Make sure we've got some more entries for the disabled category next year. And then Rihanna Potgieter, she's our Gauteng North secretary, and she does a lot of work behind the scenes. Yesterday we were boasting her tattoos on the live stream. It was very, very nice to see. And then finally, I'm going to hand you over to Caroline Stark. She is our president, our fearless leader. She drives us like a slave driver with a whip. You can see Audrey is nodding her head. I think Audrey had like 2 hours sleep last night, so doesn't have a sense of humor today. Okay, let me hand over to Caroline. I'm going to make my way up to talk to our live viewers, and Caroline is going to talk to you guys.
Good morning, everybody. May I please ask that you clear the tables? And I'm going to ask my technical Amadeus to just check the tables where they played. Can you just verify the nets and everything? And then a hearty welcome to everybody at today's event. I hope you're going to play your heart out. I really hope you're going to play it in the spirit of sport for the game. So enjoy the day with us. I'm surely think it's going to be a great day. We're going to try our utmost best to stick to schedules. Important for you guys to please keep to the rules in terms of timing. Then I think we're almost ready to start. So what we're going to do is we're going to start play immediately. And we're going to ask those people that's not playing to trigger to the stage here to come and register and collect your complimentary gift for your entry. So, Vivek, you ready? Okay, so I'm going to hand over to Vivek. Enjoy the day, enjoy the play.
You just heard the voice of Caroline Stark, just welcoming.
Thanks, Caroline. Good morning, everyone. All right, so we're going to try and stick to the schedule, which is a veteran men's over 40 category and veteran men's over 60 as well. Something we want to try is where there are groups of 4, we want to try use 2 tables just to optimize the process. Otherwise, we have to wait for that group. So this does mean that we need some volunteer umpires for that. So this is applicable to group number 6 in the over 40 category, and then group 2 and 3 in the over 60. But okay, well, let's get started. So on table number 1, we'll have group number 1 in the veteran men over 40 category. That's Alon Argaman, Neil Dupria, and Santos Adonis on table number 1. On table number 2, group 2 is Marvin Job, Frick Els, and Amar Gokal. Table number 3 is Himanshu Kapoor, Melvin Van Zyl, and Sushen Pillay. Table number 4 is Barney Bai, Vian Leroux, and Denzel Royapen. On table number 5 is group 5, that's Stan Hui, Lucky Madikiza, and Willie Bale. And then I think what we want to do with group 6 is split group 6 on table 6 and table 7. So effectively, there's always 2 matches happening simultaneously. The group is Lindley Peters, Riatile Morapedi, Ahmed Morsi, and Ronald Lawrence. I'll just need to find 2 umpires for you. Okay, Amadeus and Michael Fidos, if you can help on tables 6 and 7. Thanks.
Let's take a look at the hall. Guys are making their way to the tables. Or not. So just in case you're very interested in the draws, I'm sure you guys are welcome to go to the GNTDB website. That's gntdb.co.za. Click on tournaments, the tournaments tab. Click on the Gauteng North tournament. There you'll see all the important links. You'll see the prospectus, the schedule, and the draws. Click on any of those. I'm busy looking at the draws now.
Right, on table number 8 in the men's over 60 category, group 1, Vic Carrasco, Hongjian Song, and Johan Kutsia. Then on tables
discussion on the umpiring. So what's going to be expected is the players in the draws are going to, the non-playing player will be umpiring most likely. They might have some volunteer umpires. I see Amadeus Fidos. He's a qualified international umpire. He was checking all the tables and making sure the nets are the right heights, making the playing surface is undamaged, just so that we can have a fair competition all around.
Oh, sure. But you don't have the page.
So let's quickly look at these draws. I'm looking at the draws right now. So for the women,
Well, the main thing is
over 40 women, we have three entries, not a massive entries. We've got Judith Sassu, and Chantal Oosthuizen. So I guess one of those three will be coming first, second, and third. So that's one way of making sure you're in the top 3, making sure of a medal.
On table number 9, we'll have group 2 for the veteran men over 60. That's Simon Demant, Gerrit Kutzer, Greg Nike, and Rainer Stubb. And on table number 10 will be group 3, which is Peter Bian, Gonasegre Naiko, Vernon Maney, and Peter de Waal.
I'm sure you're recognizing quite a few of those names. Those are the old school names we're talking about. These guys love the table tennis and they love winning, they love competing. Let's quickly take a look at that woman draw. There we go, that's the veteran woman. These are the women over 40, Judith Sassu, Rakigu Karl, and Chantal Oosthuizen. Let's take a look at the men's over 40 draw. You can see that's quite a big group, 6 groups. We've got our number 1 seed, Alon Algaman. In the commentary box, we were discussing which province he was because we know he was Gauteng Central. He seems to have entered as a Gauteng North player, which is good for Gauteng North, I suppose. Not going to start any competition here, but who knows, you know. We see our second seed, Marvin Job. Fantastic player. He does very well in the Gauteng North Premier League. Himanshu Kapoor, you might recognize the name. He's from KZN, but I think he travels quite a lot, so he's probably registered in every province. It's good to see Himanshu supporting Gauteng North and the Gauteng North Open. Barney Bai, there's an old name that if you've been around, you might recognize. A Chinese player, if I'm not mistaken, definitely got an auntie or used to play with an auntie. That's going to be Fan Stan Hui. Personally don't know him, but excited to see him play. Lindley Peters, our sixth seed, Lindley from Gauteng North, fantastic player. And if we look at the groups, you can see the group number 2 we reckon is the group of Beth, Marvin, Ricky, and Amar Carl. There we go, that's going to be a really, really tough group. Ricky used to play with the people, not sure if he still does, we'll see. And Craig Mayer yesterday in commentary spoke very highly of Amar Carl. That's our group of death. So excited to see these players. See the players are making their way to the tables. Let's see, while you guys are looking at those tables, I'm quickly going to make my way to the administration. Just want to ask them a few questions, and then we'll be back with you live commentary in about 5 minutes.
Okay, guys, we want to just need to try and stick to only a 2-minute warm-up. There's quite a few matches to get through, and it delays things quite a bit. So can we try and get started as soon as possible? And only a 2-minute warm-up, please. We can umpires be strict about that. Thanks. Frick Else to table 2, please. You're required for umpiring. Frick Else.
Let's take a look at this hall. Welcome to the 2024 Gauteng North Open. As you can see, 15 tables, some very excited veterans, very excited to get going. So this is camera number 1. This camera we often just pivot to focus on table 1. You'll see table 1.
Christofento. Can you help us on table 2, please?
You'll see table 1 here on your right. And then table number 2 is in the middle there. And you can see there table 3, Himanshu is playing there. Let's quickly see if we can get a better view of that table. So here we see table 1, 2, and 3 right here in the front. Let's quickly take a look at this draw. Okay, this is what we're looking at here. We'll see Alon, table 1. So he's playing there most likely with Neil de Prier. And then table 2, then pop over there. We see Marvin Job. So Marvin Job, Frikkie and Amar, table 2, and table 3 in the corner there, Himanshu, Melvin, and Shishen. So it looks like Himanshu and Melvin have started. They've already started. Himanshu's leading there 10 points to 4. Himanshu all the way from KZN. Like I said earlier, he travels quite a lot, so he's a member at possibly every club in the country. Every club is maybe a bit extreme, but he is a member everywhere. So that's very cool. Very good to see him supporting Gauteng North Table Tennis here at the 2024 Gauteng North Open. So while they're taking a break, I'll also just take a quick ad break, and I want to thank our sponsors. Tony's Table Tennis has been sponsoring Gauteng North now for many years, so it's amazing to see Tony Tables Tennis growing from strength to strength, and at the same time sponsoring us. So the way he sponsors is with vouchers. So he matches our prize money with a voucher, our prize money to the value of 20,000 Rand. He matches a part of that. So when you win, you get some cash, which always goes down well, but then you also get a Tony's Table Tennis voucher. So thank you, Tony. You are amazing. We appreciate all the work you do for table tennis. Other sponsors, we've got some nice sound equipment just to make sure everyone can hear and create a bit of a vibe. Fed Group, thank you for sponsoring our sound equipment. Then Puma Video, thank you so much, Puma, for sponsoring a lot of the equipment that we use for the live stream. This is a very expensive exercise and we want to do it really well, so thank you, Puma. If you're looking for broadcast quality video equipment, Puma Video, that's who you want to speak to. Finally, WJM Creative also sponsored some video equipment, as well as Pebble Rock Media. Thank you to our sponsors. Now, let's get into the play, into the game. We can see table number 1. We've got Alon there. Let's quickly pop to the Alon and Neil have started playing. We've got table 2, Marvin and Frikkie. Else busy playing, and Himanshu and Melvin on table 3. Let's take a look. See Himanshu is taking a 3-1 lead on table 3 there, leading one game already. Table number 1, Alon started slowly and suddenly raced away to a 5-2 lead. Alon plays with an anti or a pimple on the backhand. A nice attacking shot there from Neil. Alon going for the big one. A little bit of a hack. Giving Neil a reprieve. Neil with a tomahawk serve. Going for the big drive. These guys love hitting the ball hard when they get the chance. Reminds them of their younger days. Oh, I shouldn't say that, should I? You see there. The ante on the black for Alon. In case you're wondering what an anti-spin is, so there's a lot of different rubbers. So when you're looking into table tennis, you've got to decide how you want to play. So obviously we all want to play attacking, but not all of us, especially the older guys, just to help them slow down the game a little bit. You get an anti-spin. Now what an anti-spin does, it takes all the spin off. Maybe a little bit of a inverted effect, but makes the game a lot slower. It's very tricky to play against an anti-spin if you don't know how it plays. Different to a pimple. Pimple, you get different kind of pimples. You get a long pimple and a medium pimple. Then you get a pimple with a sponge, a short pimple with a sponge. When I say long, they're actually medium and short. The longer pimples were banned way back because of the effects. They do a lot of funny things to the ball. So we've got medium pimples, short pimples, and you've got the pimples with the sponges. All of them play a little bit different. The medium pimple without a sponge will reverse the spin and make it a lot slower. And then your short pimple without the sponge will play like a normal rubber, just a little bit slower, whereas your short pimple with a sponge, who knows what that does. I have no clue. But it's always good fun to figure it out, right? So make sure you make your way. Join next year and come and play these guys. They'll love to play you, I can guarantee you that. You see table 2, Marvin's taking a 4-2 lead against Fricky. Fricky also plays with a pimple or an anti. He used to play with a pimple when I played against him. He might have an anti now. An unorthodox style, but very effective Fricky. He's won some good matches there in Gauteng Central. You see Alon's taking the first game into the second game. You're getting used to that ante, with the dead serve, follow up, top spin, forehand to win the point. Looks like Himanshu's making quick work of his match. Alon makes use of the net. Very frustrating when you play against a rubber that you're not used to, and then they tend to clip the net 10 times out of 10. It can be very frustrating. See Fricky fighting back there against Marvin. It's a very dangerous game to play. If you think you're dominating against Fricky and then he'll come back and suddenly you find yourself 6-all. Marvin going defensive. He's not scared to go back and lob the ball back when it's not necessary to attack. 7-all there for Marvin. Fricky trying an attacking shot with his pimple or his anti. Can't see from here. Neil doing a fantastic job keeping Alon at bay in this game. 3-point lead. He's worked out the funny rubber. There Alon comes in, the ball was just too high and too short, too easy, no pressure, whether you've got a pimple or not. Marvin with trademark backhand, gives himself 2 game points. Alon going for a big forehand, he's cramped. Far side spin serve. Forces the mistake. And Marvin takes game number 1. It's quite an exciting game. At one stage it looked easy for Marvin, but Frikkie made it a little bit difficult. Also exciting, table number 3, you see Himanshu. He took the first 2 games quite easily, and here he is fighting for the third. Quickly take a look at that draw. That's group number 3, Melvin and Himanshu. Must-win game for Melvin if he wants to stay in this match. Obviously, you don't want to lose your first match in a group of 3, because it adds a lot of pressure for your second match, and it's a must-win game. You want to make sure you get one on the board early. We see Neil on table 1 made sure he put himself on the board, 1-all there. Clever player, worked out the funny rubber. You can see from this angle that's not a pimple. The black rubber on Alon's bat. Definitely an anti. See Frikkie very consistent. Very unorthodox, but yet consistent. Keeps making Marvin play. Frikkie stands and delivers. He's right there with the backhand, and he plays the backhand to win. And Melvin's given himself an opportunity to take this game. He's got 2 game points there on table 3. A quick serve. Goes for the shot. And just like that, deuce game. Well played, Himanshu. Table 3, another game point. Frikkie playing the forehand, pivoting well. Frikkie finds himself leading by 3 points. But you can't just pop it on Marvin's backhand like that if you want to win. Table number 3, very exciting. Himanshu now has his first match point. He's fought back well in this game. Stayed in touch. And a very spinny loop. Difficult to control. Marvin going for the forehand down the line. He's worked very hard on that shot. Traditionally more defensive, but now playing a lot more attacking, and a down the line, difficult shot to play, because the angle of the table shortens. If you play cross court, you've got more space to hit the ball. Down the line, you've got to force the ball down with a lot of topspin. Got to make sure you're in position. We see Alon taking the lead on table 1. Wow, Himanshu's got another match point. Deuce game. It's quite a fight there on table 3. Alon apologizing for the net. Sorry, not sorry. These old guys, I can tell you, that's what they're thinking. And Alon just angles with his anti. Angles Neil out the point. And Himanshu wins his first match with a fantastic point. We saw some hard hitting, good blocking, and Himanshu conserving energy, making sure he takes it in 3. As we turn our attention to table 2, we see Marvin's taking a 9-6 lead. His consistency is just making it really tough for Frikkie. Frikkie becoming more attacking successfully. That's what you got to do. When you're behind, you got to make sure you attack, make the opponent think a little bit. If you've just joined us, we are here live at the Johnny Buck Stadium at the 2024 Gauteng North Open. What a fantastic showing. It is a P2 competition. What that means is the ranking points on offer. P2 is not as good as a P1. We had a P1 last year. Last year we had 150 odd entries in our P1 competition. Not expecting a huge amount this year because it's a P2. And guess what? 220 odd entries for a P2. A fantastic showing. It just shows Gauteng North is doing something right. People want to play table tennis and they want a good experience. Gauteng North spent a lot of time crafting the experience, making sure it's good for the players, it's good for the spectators, and the live stream. 2023 Gauteng North was the first competition live streamed from start to finish, and what a fantastic weekend. We had on the 3 days we had over 3,000 views, with the most being on the day of the seniors, you know, the big guns. We had 1,000 views in a single day, which was an amazing feat. Also commentary, ongoing commentary on and off during the weekend makes it a pleasure to watch. So drop your comments online. We had a few comments for the live draw last night. It was amazing to see you guys' input and your feedback. We want to open up that conversation. So right now you are watching the veterans 40 plus category. Table number 1, Alon Argaman and Neil. Let's take a look there. Neil de Pre fighting it out for the honors in table 1. Alon, a tricky character, has taken a 2-1 lead game score, and Neil's going to be fighting hard to force a 5th. Not like that though. It's never a good time for a service mistake, and right after that just giving an easy point to Alon. That's not what you want to do if you're fighting for a 5th. You see Fricky's taken a 4-2 lead. Fricky must win this game if he has any chance to win this match. And I'll tell you what, Marvin, second seed in the over 40 plus, is not going to make it easy for him. We see on table 3, Himanshu, he just won his first match. Let's quickly take a look at that draw. That draw has gone black. There we go. Himanshu just beat Melvin. He's now playing Shishen Pillay. The Pillays have made the long track down from KZN. A whole group of them, they're here for a good time. And Alon is making this very quick. He also wants to conserve some energy. It's going to be a long day. It's been a scorcher here in Pretoria for the last month or so. No let-off, but finally today we've got some cloud cover, making it a lot more bearable. So I can tell you these veterans are going to be very grateful for this cloud cover, because it can get hot in this hall and it tests your endurance. Fricky has still got his 2-point lead there against Marvin. Marvin from Gauteng North, Fricky from Gauteng Central. Fricky loves his table tennis. He works very hard. Very consistent, slightly unorthodox, but very effective. 3-point lead now for Fricky. Let called, the ball went into the court. So to avoid distraction, if a ball or a distraction comes in the court, the umpire can call a let, stop play if necessary. And there we see Alon's taking his first match against Neil. Well played, Alon. Neil put up a fight, he took a game. You can see the discussion, friendly discussion. A little bit like chess. Afterwards, they always discuss potential moves. You can see these old guys are not afraid to discuss tactics. And nothing to hide, these guys have seen it all. Quick word to thank our sponsors, Tony's Table Tennis, Fed Group, Puma Video, WJM Creative, Pebble Rock Media. Thank you guys for making all this possible. Thank you for allowing us to stream this live to the world. You see Marvin just with a 3-point turnaround, taking 3-point deficit, making it into a 1-point lead, and he's got 2 match points. Marvin's still quite fit. I don't think he cares too much about conserving energy. You can see the tall frame. He loves his table tennis. Plays for Denell Table Tennis Club in the Premier League. He's worked his way up into the top 5 of the Gauteng North Premier League. Frikkie fighting back. Doesn't want to lose this first match. You want to get on the board early in a group of 3. You don't have lots of chance. You don't want to go into your second match with the pressure of a must win. Get on the board so that you can free up your shoulders and play. And Frikkie successfully fights back, makes it a deuce game. You can see the intensity on his face. He's not going to give up easily here. Not in position for the forehand. Grants Marvin another match point. This time Marvin goes back into his defensive play. Not getting the timing right. You can hear Frikkie. Disappointed shout. Not happy with himself. Another match point for Marvin. Can he convert? And he does so. Marvin takes his first game against Frikkie. Frikkie not happy with himself. Shaking his head. Meanwhile, Alon and Neil still discussing. I think they're playing for time. One of them has to play again. Rather talk than play. Conserve the energy. Lots of tactics being discussed there. Meanwhile, Himanshu well on his way in his first game. Himanshu's playing Shishen Pillay. You can hear in the background a little bit of shouting. You can see a full hall of table tennis being played. How fantastic is that, eh? That's what we want to see. Full hall of veterans. Let's get back to the action here. 6-1 lead for Himanshu. While we were away, he quickly made sure he got 2 points. You can see Marvin wants to play again. He wants to stay warm while he can. Himanshu making short work of that game. 8-1. Shishen's probably saying he didn't warm up. He was sitting for too long. He's going to take a whole game too. It does happen. Coming onto a table cold is never a good idea, especially if you've been sitting umpiring. Himanshu, 11-1 turnaround. Quick turnaround there. All in good spirits. Table number 2. Amar Gokal and Marvin Job. He said this was the group of death. Frikkie can be a tough character to beat. Marvin did so successfully. Now Amar Gokal, excited to see what he has to offer.
Line.
2-minute warm-up for these players. So not a lot of time. 2 minutes goes very quickly, especially if you're used to knocking the ball for 3 hours at a time, which is what these veterans do any night they possibly can. Play as much table tennis as they can. You can see in the background there, we've got Willie Bale with a green headband. If you look at that draw, Willie Bale playing Stan Hui, who's our number 5 seed. I can tell you what, Willie would love to win that one. And we see Barney by. I haven't seen him personally in quite a while. Tricky character to play. We see Shishen, much better showing this game. 3-all. He's already tripled his first game score. He's definitely going to say he wasn't warm. Now he's warmed up, takes a 1-point lead. there against Himanshu on table number 3. His tomahawk serve clips the net. Goes for the big forehand. Not quite finding his range yet. Can be tricky playing in the high felt. The air is a bit thinner, so the ball does travel a little bit flatter, a little bit faster. So you find the coastal guys it takes the time to adjust to the different path of the ball. Many of these players came through yesterday. They already got their first taste of the conditions here at the Johnny Bach Stadium. But one day is not always enough to fully get used to the conditions. And this is why we have these tournaments, right? Every province, so we can get used to and challenge ourselves in different environments. You see table 2 started. Quickly take a look at that draw there. Table 2, Marvin and Amar. Marvin and Amar is going to fight. Craig May had a lot to say about the Gukal family, making some good inroads into South African table tennis. See, it's a whole family affair. What a fun way to spend your time with your family. Alon started playing here. Table number 1. Quickly take a look at that draw again. Alon and Ishan. Alon and Ishan Adonis. Quick 2 points for Alon. Remember, Ishan was sitting umpiring, so he also might take a few balls just to find his range, get his eye in. Not a lot of time. 11 points goes by very quickly if you're not ready. And we see Ishan fighting back to 2-all. So the quick serves from Alon, he's making use of the fact that Ishan's been sitting, putting him under pressure with the quick serves. You see Ishan fighting back, making it a deuce game, just not there, but we can see a huge improvement from game 1. Game 1, 11-1. Game 2, 12-10. That's just Shishen, not Ishan. Ishan is on table 1 here. Shishen, table 3. Table 2, Marvin also making use of the fact that he's nice and warm. He's had a full three games against a tough opponent, just consistently putting the ball back. And 11-3. I think it's going to be the same recipe there for all these 3 players that have been umpiring. Quickly take a look there. So Alon currently playing Ishan, Marvin playing Amar, Himanshu playing Shishen. You can see a full hall of table tennis. See some young ones running around, learning from the old, clever players. In the coach's corner there. Amar getting some vital feedback from his coaching corner. Table number 3, Himanshu well on his way to topping that group, confirming the seeding was correct. Seedings that were used was the South African national seeding released recently. It's dated January. And Himanshu making short work of that game. Shishen is struggling with the pace. Himanshu getting through serves very quickly. There we probably see Shishen saying, this guy is not waiting for me to get ready. I wasn't ready. So if you're not ready, don't play shots. That's the rule. Just lift your hand and say, I wasn't ready. and then the other player must play. Just redo the serve. All the fast topspin serves from Himanshu. 6-1 lead, commanding lead in the third. 7-1, make that 7-1. Himanshu doesn't want to play any more than he has to, conserving his energy for the knockouts. Remember, after this, the knockouts, good fun. Many of these players can play in multiple categories. So you've got the 40 plus category, 50 plus category, 60 plus, 70 plus. So they can play in 2 categories. So they can play, if they're 70 plus, they can choose to play 70 plus and 40 plus, or 60 plus, 70 plus. If you're 40 plus, in other words, between 40 and 49, you can only play 40 plus. But if you're 50 plus, you can play 40 plus and 50 plus. Kind of does make logical sense if you think about it. There we see Alon with an 8-0 lead. That ante making it very hard for his opponents. It's very frustrating when you're not used to it. There we go, there's a good point. Good defense, all round, good attack on the board. That's your first goal in any game. That number 1. It's very tricky if you're going to attack against the pimple or a ante and it comes back. Got to know what comes back, because it's not what you're expecting. And Alon, 2-0 lead, going to the third. Himanshu's finished up. He has topped that group. He can now sit down and umpire. He can have a clear conscience. No games against him in this round. Marvin with a backhand. For a long time, the backhand was his attacking stroke. Very unexpected. You don't expect him to play it, and he pulls it out of nowhere. Recently added topspin down the line. It's done very well. He's working very hard at his tender age of 40 plus. Take a look at Alon. He doesn't mind you playing on his backhand. He's just going to use that ante. Apologizes. Not sure why he's apologizing. He might have clipped the net or caught the edge. From this angle we couldn't see. 5-1 lead for Alon. Alon, the number 1 seed for this tournament. I can tell you there's a lot of veterans who's going to be wanting to prove that seeding wrong. So if you've just joined us, we are at the Johnny Bach Stadium in Pretoria. This is the 2024 Gauteng North Open. Fantastic showing. So last year we didn't offer the veterans at the Gauteng North Open, and the veterans had something to say, and Gauteng North listened, and now we've got the veterans. What an amazing turnout. These veterans love to play table tennis. As you can see, very competitive. You'll see many of these veterans on Sunday playing at the senior. Remember, if you're a veteran, you can play a senior, play the young guns, and they love beating the young guns, I can tell you that. They love the challenge. Nothing to lose. These young guys can move. These old guys have got the experience. That's it for table number 1. Alon's taken that group. There's one more match there though. You're going to see Neil. Let's quickly take a look at the draw there. You're going to see Neil taking Ishan. That's going to be next. Meanwhile, table 2, Marvin playing Ahmad Gokal. It's quite a tight third game. It's a must-win for Ahmad. He wants to take this one, force the third. Looks like if Marvin takes that one, it looks like it's going to be an all or nothing between Frikkie and Ahmad. Just like it is on table number 3. We see Neil and Sashen fighting it out for a place in the knockout. Third place is not in the main draw. I know the organizers did say there probably won't be time for a plate division. I'm sure they'll communicate that if they've changed their mind. Obviously, time is a big factor. So if there's enough time, they'll play the plate division. What the plate is all the players who end third in their group who don't go on to the main draw, they get to play in their own draw and possibly get the bragging rights of winning the plate. Often the plate divisions are quite fun. If you go into the main draw and you lose your first match, you're out, whereas in the plate you've got some competitive matches, potentially even 3 or 4 till you reach the final. And that's it. Marvin tops that group. All smiles. Number 2 seed, making good on his seeding, making sure he wins that group. So we're down to the third and final match of these groups, groups 1, 2, and 3. Let's quickly take a look. Just a reminder. Group number 1, Alon's won that one. He won both his matches. Group number 2, Marvin Job won both of those. Himanshu Kapoor won that. So well done to Gauteng North for getting the seedings right there. Be interested to see group 4, 5, and 6. Those would be quite competitive, I'm sure. But now we're going to see a showdown between Neil de Pleer, Ishan Adonis, table number 1, Frikkie Els and Ahmad Gokal, table number 2, table number 3, Melvin and Shishen. Melvin and Shishen is going to fight for a place in the main draw. The winner here goes into the main draw with an opportunity to cause an upset. Loser, if there is no plate, like I discussed, the organizers did say there might not be time for a plate division. Unfortunately, then the loser here is out of the tournament. But most likely will be showcasing in the doubles. And the doubles is a different kettle of fish. Doubles is all about communication. It's all about teamwork. You might not be the best 2 players in the country, but you can be competitive in the doubles if you get your teamwork and your strategy right. And these 2 have started here in the front. Neil. That's Neil and Ishan. Neil and Ishan are fighting it out here. Table number 1 for a place in the main draw. Thank you for your comments. Keep your comments going. We see Lindsay saying, let's go, Greg Nike. Greg Nike is the only Cape Town entry in the main senior draw. Made the trip all the way for this B2. We appreciate it. Gauteng North loves to see the healthy competition. We all know the Cape Town players, fantastic province. We want to see those players here in Gauteng North competing against the best of the best. You can see how competitive table number 3 is. That's Melvin and Shishen. Melvin's taken an early lead, 3 points. That's quite close up to this point. The tomahawk not clipping the net, climbing over the net. A heavy chop from Melvin, easy point. Table number 1, you see Neil and Ishan fighting hard. Ishan's taking a 2-point lead. Big forehand by Neil. Not scared. That's one thing you're going to say about these veterans. They're not scared to play their shots. They're going to play their shots. Sean says it was a net serve. Alon agrees after a short discussion. Just like that, Neil ties up the score. Meanwhile, table 3, Melvin's taken that one. It was quite tight for a long time. Suddenly Melvin accelerated away. 11-5. We see Neil with a 3-point turnaround. 6-4, now 7-6 in his favor. Ishan's going to have to fight for this one. Remember, these guys are fighting for a place in the main draw. All the top seeds have made it through already. They won both their matches. These guys are fighting for place number 2, place in the main draw. You see Frickie, beautiful backhand with his pimple. The ball pops up nicely. He moves in, takes a 2-point lead. That's against Amar Gokal. And just like that, 6-point turnaround for Neil. 6-4 down. Now he has 4 game points. It's definitely going to go for the first one. Go for the first one. If it lands, done. Very spinny. This time the spinny forehand, making sure it lands. Very difficult to control sometimes, those spinny loops. And Neil wins that one. From a 6-4 down, he wins 11-7. Meanwhile, Frickie is taking a healthy lead, 7-4, table 2 against Amar Gokal. Struggling with the pimple of Frickie. I think Frickie plays with the pimple. He might be with an anti. It's hard to tell from this distance. We see another comment from Jawad's skipper. Well done, Marvin, for winning your group. Well done indeed. We celebrate with the winners. We mourn with the losers. But the losers, it's okay to lose as long as you learn. And these guys are learning all the time. We saw a similar thing with Neil and Alon, where Alon had a big early lead and Neil came back well in the second game. This time he started a bit sooner with a comeback, winning the first game against Ishan. So we just want to thank all our online viewers. Thank you for taking the time and using your precious data, for logging in and supporting these veterans. I tell you what, these veterans have grabbed this opportunity. Again, last year we didn't offer the veterans at the Gauteng North Open. The veterans were asking questions, and this time Gauteng North listened, and they're offering the veterans, and these guys are here to play. Not only to play, but to showcase their skills for you online. So thank you for joining online. Please stick around. We're going to be live streaming the whole weekend, just to give you an idea of what the schedule looks like. This morning we've got the veteran singles, 40 plus, 50 plus, 60 plus and 70 plus. Then we'll have the veterans doubles tonight alongside with the junior doubles. The junior doubles start tonight at 5 o'clock. Just head over to the Gauteng North Facebook page. That's gnttb.co.za. Head over to the tournaments tab, click on the 2024 Gauteng North tournament. There you'll find the schedule, the prospectus, the schedule. You'll find all the draws. Just click on the tab there and you can view all of the draws online. And well done to Gauteng North for these beautiful images. If we take a look at this draw, look at that. How beautiful is that? The administrators do a fantastic job to make sure that this is a pleasant experience, not only on the table but for us viewers, so that we can see and we can experience, learn about the sport of table tennis. If you're new to the sport, this is definitely a sport that you want to get into. The nice thing about table tennis, as you can see, is you can play it into your 70s, 80s, 90s. I've seen 90-year-olds play competitive table tennis. And the veterans internationally are very, very active. There's a lot of international tournaments. So if you're interested in getting into international tournaments, as a veteran, there's a lot of opportunities and a lot less red tape as a veteran. I don't want to say it's because no one cares, but it's because the younger ones need to be controlled a little bit more. Let's say it like that, right? A lot of international tournaments for the veterans. Know a lot of veterans who tend to go overseas to play the world veterans, and at those veterans you'll find 90-plus-year-old veterans still very active. So look into a club near you. Gauteng North have got a few clubs. Check out their website for the clubs. If you find yourself in Gauteng Central or in the larger Gauteng area, there's Gauteng Central and Gauteng North. KZN very active. We've got a lot of guys from UMG, that's the Pietermaritzburg area. You get involved there. Eastern Cape, we've got a lot of entries from the Eastern Cape in our senior men's draw. And in Cape Town, very active, very competitive. It's a far way to travel for a P2, so we don't have that many Cape Town entries, but next year I want to encourage the Cape Town guys to come and experience the Gauteng North environment. You see that Neil's taken 2-1 lead. Yeah, on table 1. Neil's busy playing Ishan Adonis. All 3 tables, fighting for a place in the main draw. Top seeds have already gone through. They've won both their matches. Now the winner between these 6 players, they go through. The winners, so they're fighting for place number 2. The top 2 go through to the main draw. Third player, if there isn't a plate draw, which there most likely won't be, as per the tournament organizers, they said if there's enough time. Unfortunately, they're out, and then the doubles. We see Frikie's taking a 2-0 lead against Amar Gokal. That was the group of death. Very, very slippery group there for Marvin, who's dealt with it very, very well. Group number 1, Neil and Ishan fighting out for the second spot. Ishan is in a must-win situation. He has to win 3 games. Now there's no more conserving energy here. Now there's no mistakes. Melvin van Sale leading 2-0, table number 3 against Sishen Pillay. Make that 6-2. A healthy lead still for Melvin. Well on his way to securing that main draw place. Make that 7-2. That's a 5-point turnaround. So Sishen, if he's going to do something, now's the time. None of these players have used a timeout. If you don't know what a timeout is, a player can call a timeout at any time. Gives them 1 minute to go chat to their coach. But you only get 1 timeout in an entire match. So if you use your timeout on the first point, that's it. No more timeouts for you. So very tactical, the timeouts. You want to call the timeout to make sure that it has the maximum benefit. Looks like Melvin's going to finish that game very quickly with some attacking play. Melvin, the only left-hander on these 3 tables. Makes a difference. If you're used to playing against right-handers, suddenly your serves, the angles are different. And the return of serves, the angles are different. If you're not used to it. We see left-handers in the top 10 in the country. We've seen left-handers like Terence Matole in the main draw on Sunday, making a comeback to play. Very tricky when you have a left-hander. Danisha Patel, number 1 in South Africa, current SA champion. Left-hander can be very tricky. See a towel break used here by Ishan. Every 6 points You can have a official towel break. It's not a long break. It's just grab the towel, wipe down the sweat. That was on 14 points. But every 6 points is the official. And just like that, Neil, with a massive comeback in Game 1, made a big difference to that. So Neil de Pre through to the main draw. So that's group number 1. Final standings: Alon number 1, Neil de Pre number 2, Ishan Adonis number 3. Group number 2 and number 3 still going. Alai Fricky's also finished. 11-1, Marvin Job, Fricky Else, and Amar Gokal. But there's still a massive fight, table 3. So Shen's fighting back. And after a massive comeback, you're talking about 6-7 point comeback, Melbourne takes the honours. So the players going through from these 3 tables, these 3 groups. Alon Argaman topped his group. Neil de Pre goes through. Marvin Job tops his group with Fricky going through in the draw. Himanshu topped his group. And Melvin van Sale going through. Exactly as the groups were drawn. I'm not saying anything. All I'm saying is that's done and dusted. If you take a look at the rest of the hall, you can see a lot of table tennis being played. What a pleasure. What a pleasure. Let's quickly take a look at some other graphics. Some more stuff to expect today. So in the women's, we don't have a massive entry list for the women's. Veterans. We've got 3 entries for the over 40 group: Judith Sasu, Raki Gokal, and Chantal Westhuizen. If we take a look at the men's 50 plus, the men's 50 plus, a nice big group as well. You'll see some overlaps there. We've got Vic Carrasco from the Free State. He's playing Ronald Lawrence. Ronald's also in the 40 plus draw, also playing 50 plus. And then Fricky Else, we've just seen Fricky Else make the main draw for the 40 plus. Himanshu, second seed, also make the main draw for 40 plus. With some new players there, Ahmad Morsi and Ian McLeod. We saw Barney Bai playing in the background, third seed on the 50 plus with Willie Bale. We heard Willie Bale, he can be loud. Willie Bale's a very attacking player. He tries to attack as much as possible, and we love to see that. And then Lucky Madikisa. Group number 4, Lidley Peters. He's also in the 40 plus draw. He's in group number 6 in the 40 plus draw. Not sure what's happening there. Denzel Royapan and Rainer Stubb. Now Rainer, I know, very competitive player. Plays from Gauteng Central. It's going to be good to see Rainer. And then group 5, Vernon Maney, Yanni Olivier, and Melvin van Zyl. We've just seen Melvin make the 40 plus draw, the main draw. Terence Lowe in group 6, topping that one. Neil de Pre, we saw in the 40 plus. And then Harry Kutsia from Gauteng North. And our Cape Town entry, Greg Nike, in group 6 for the 40 plus event. All this information is on the GNTTB website. Head over to gnttb.co.za, click on the Tournaments tab, click on the 2024 Gauteng North Open, and then finally you can find the schedules and you can find all the draws online. Meanwhile, we will be bringing you these images and these videos throughout the entire weekend. We started yesterday at 12 o'clock with the disabled categories. That's the IIs, the Down syndrome, the disabled. Had a fantastic day. We started at 12, finished at 4. We headed into the live draw. The live draw, not without its problems. We had some technical issues. We had some some gambling issues. I mean, we had some card issues, but we got through it successfully. All those draws are online. Let's take a look at the 70 plus draw. The veteran men over 70. We've got the old name Simon Diamond. It's going to be very exciting to see Simon play. We've got Johan Kutsia from Gauteng North. He was a Gauteng North athlete, a veteran athlete in the discus, and he unfortunately injured himself, so he started playing table tennis, and that's a good decision, I think for sure. So that's just going to be a round robin, because it's less than six players, so can't really make two groups of that. So a round robin. So the men's doubles. Let's listen to the men. Let's look at the men's doubles draw. Here's our men's doubles draw. In the background there, you can hear the tournament organizers announcing the veteran ladies. Alright, so while they're doing that, let's look at the men's doubles knockout. We see top seed Vic Carrasco and Frikkie Els. Second seed at the bottom right, Simon Diamond and Stan Hui. That's going to be a fun start. Third seed, Himanshu Kapoor and Marvin Job. Fourth seed, Alon Argaman and Terence Lowe. There's a few buys. There's only one round of 16 match. That would be between Harry Kutsia and Billy Bale, Barney Bai and Peter Bian. That's going to be a tricky game there for Harry and Billy. Both Barney and Peter Bian playing penalt grip with a pimple, Barney with an anti, if I remember correctly. And then on the other side of the draw, we've got Lindley Peters, Ronald Lawrence playing Amar Gokal and Gonasagren Naiker. And that's your doubles draw. This will be tonight, 5 o'clock, in conjunction with the junior doubles. So that's going to be excited seeing some of the juniors getting going. We heard the organizers calling for the ladies. We have looked at that draw, but let's take another look at it. So this is going to be on table number 1. Judith Sasu, Lucky Gukal and Chantal Oosthuizen. We're going to be giving you as much commentary as we possibly can. The commentary is not always going to be possible, but as much as we can. In the meantime, I'm going to leave you in the good hands of camera number 1. You can take a look at what's happening in the hall, and I'll speak to you a little bit later.
be fine, thank you.
case you've just joined us, you are currently watching the Gauteng North 2024 Open. This is the veterans women over 40 group that we're looking at here. You can see on the right here, we have Chantal Oosthuizen. And she's playing Raki Gokal on the left. Chantal wearing the blue, Raki the black. Chantal's taken the first match there, for the first game. So she's leading 1 game to 0. With a 3-point lead in the second, make that 4 points. This is not the first match, so if you've been following, you'll probably know who won the first one, because I wasn't following. But it's a small group. 3 entries. We've got Judith Sasu, Raki Gokal, and Chantal Oosthuizen making up the full complement of veteran women over 40. Raki fighting back. Now 2-point deficit for her on her serve. Chantal leans over, gets out the way, plays forehand topspin. Plays the ball very late. The ball's almost behind her when she plays her forehand topspin. So just like that, 4-point lead restored. 4 game points for Chantal. High toss serve, topspin serve, goes into the topspin rally. Chantal looks quite uncomfortable on the backhand. I think that's just saying to her corner. A smile on her face. Going into the topspin rally. Chantal preferring the forehand. She leans over, not quite in position for that forehand. And now 2 more game points for her. This third game between Chantal and Rakia has gotten very, very spicy. We see Rakia's got a game point. Some very, very nice points between these two. We're going into a bit of conservation mode. Push, push. Who's going to take the first? Yeah, and Chantal goes for the big forehand and it pays off. Confidence. It's always good to see confidence in tight games like this, especially when you're in the deuce area. Chantal to serve. Chantal leading 2 games, so Rakia has to win this game if she has any chance. Chantal this one goes for the forehand, not completely in position. Looked like Chantal was shaping for the forehand, but just pulling out of it, back into conservation mode. And again, the forehand coming through nice and confident in these tight positions. You can see these ladies are enjoying themselves, big smiles all around. And there's where the confident shot was needed. A high ball from Rakia. Chantal not in position. And doesn't make sense. I'm trying to figure out what's going on there. Chantal shaking her hands as if she'd lost, but as far as the scorecard was concerned, she was leading. It doesn't look like it. Yes, that's right. That makes more sense. So Chantal still leading 2 games to 1 though. Rakia doing what she needed to do, which was win 1 game, gives herself an opportunity, a chance. Going for the big forehand. Plays the forehand very late. The ball's almost behind her when she plays the forehand. It's hard to get power when you hit the ball so late. You can see by the grimace on Chantal's face, a little bit of...
Marcelo, please come to the control table. Thanks.
Seems like it's a little bit of tiredness creeping into the legs. It's what you want to do if you're trailing. You want to make the play tired. Get them moving as much as you can. Give yourself an opportunity to fight back. Chantal with a side spin, backspin serve. Ties the game up. Long push. Forcing the error. Leaning back on the backhand. What you want to do is get your weight through the ball forward. Move back. Get your weight forward through the ball. Fast serve from Chantal on Rakia's forehand. Chantal with a topspin, side spin serve. The ball goes to the forehand. The side spin forces it to the forehand, which is what she intended. I think a bit of tiredness. She's not in position. Shot she'll usually make. These are tight shots, you can see. 5-all. 6-5. Taking the lead in this game. If you're looking in for the first time and you think table tennis doesn't require endurance, this game will prove otherwise. You can see Chantal, her lead diminished, now a deficit, all because of tiredness. Endurance, very important for any sport. When you get tired, you start making silly mistakes that you wouldn't normally make. The problem is when you're in a match situation, you don't realize it's the tiredness. This is where timeouts could be very crucial. Take a timeout. Catch your breath. Why put yourself under unnecessary pressure? It's a good serve from Raki, and that earns her 4 game points. You can see the disappointment in Chantal's face. So again, if you're looking into the sport, you want to get fit. Fitness is a key part of table tennis at all levels, from junior to senior. See, the juniors tend to recover a lot quicker. In between matches, you can hardly get them off the tables. As we get into the veteran space, veterans have to play smart. Chantal with 2 quick points. She saves 2 game points on her serve. The key now with a crucial chance to force a 5th. And Chantal tries the forehand. Forehand was going on the first 2 games. Suddenly, not going on. Tends to be when you're out of position, tends to be when you're a little bit tired. Just in case you were wondering, you're looking at the woman over 40 draw. This is the draw. You see the draw over here. Judith Sassuraki with Chantal Oosthuizen. They're fighting out for the honor of being a woman over 40 Gauteng North champion. This is the whole Johnny Bach Stadium. We're here the whole weekend. We started yesterday with the disabled categories, had a fantastic day, fantastic competition. And then today we've got the veterans, over 40s, over 50s, over 60s, and over 70s. We're ending off the evening with doubles, both the veteran doubles and the junior doubles. That will be starting at 5 o'clock. That's a different link. So check out Gauteng North's Facebook page or Instagram or the website gnttb.co.za for those links. It's under the tournament tab. Click on the 2024 Gauteng North Open, and then the schedule, the draws, the links for the live streams, all there. So make your way to the Gauteng North page. And we go into game number 5. This is all or nothing. We saw a little bit of push. Chantal with the confidence to go for the forehand. The important thing is the body, being in position for the forehand. You want the forehand to work, you need to be in position. You need to turn your body, you need your footwork. Chantal's going to have to dig deep here. She's lost 2 games in a row after leading with a match point in the 3rd. And Raki with the confidence, she moves back and she smashes Chantal's forehand drive right back at her. Full of confidence now. 4-point lead in the 5th. This is the kind of start you want in the 5th. But you can't rest on your laurels at this point in time. Here you've got to make sure that you convert. Don't let the opponent back into the match. As a 4-point lead can quickly diminish. If you haven't played table tennis in about 20 odd years, you'd be surprised we only play to 11 nowadays. Back in the late 90s we were playing to 21, but there was a change. A game is only to 11 with service changing every 2 points. There's a nice rally. Players are changing side in the 5th and final to make it fair, to make sure everyone gets the same opportunities from the same sides. The 5th, or in some cases, if you're playing the best of 7, the 7th, when the first player who reaches 5, you change sides. Chantal now, a deficit of 4 points. He changed it 5-2, now it's 6-2. Umpire forgot to change the score. Fortunately, it's corrected now. Let's see if Chantal can dig herself out of this hole. Top spin backhand top spin serve. Lots of spin. You see the ball popping up high. Wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar. It's worked once, maybe it will work again, and it does so. Good thinking from Chantal. Often your opponent's not sure, is it going to be the same serve, it's going to be different, especially if the action is similar. It could be the backswing one. And often it works well to do the same serve twice. We see Chantal fighting back from the deficit, 4-point deficit, now 1-point deficit. You can see the players fanning themselves. Fortunately, it's not as hot today as it was yesterday. Pretoria has been blisteringly hot over the last month. And today we have a nice cloudy day, but even still these players are hot. And if I may say so, not as young as they used to be. Chantal berating herself, practicing the stroke. She had wiped out the 4-point deficit, only to give another point back. She wants to play the forehand, she's just not in position. She needs to move her feet. Raki's going to take this points. Why not? Your opponent wants to hit the ball into the net, take the points. A lot of discussion happening with the coaching boxes. Table tennis coaching is allowed. A lot of coaches would sit in the eye line in the background, telling them what to serve, how to serve it, where to serve it. It's changed the game completely. A few years back, no coaching was allowed. Some of these veterans come from that era of no coaching, so for them, it's quite odd. Going for the top spin backhand serve. A nice rally. And Raki wins that rally, getting a 3-match point. What a fight back from Raki. And Chantal hits a winner, a tired winner. She's still in it. Chantal goes for the backhand. She's giving herself an opportunity. One more point and it's a deuce game. Then it's anyone's game. Raki wants to convert here. You don't want to waste 3 match points. And Chantal goes for the forehand. Yes, misses. She had to go for it. She's going wide. That's good comradeship from the ladies.
Can you please have third Fitzer, Greg Knight, and Simon Demand to the control table? That's third Fitzer, Greg Knight, and Simon Demand to the control table, please.
So let's just look at this draw again. Judith, Raki, and Chantal. They have been playing for a while. I'm not 100% sure what the other results were. So that might have been the final match. We'll take a look now. Doesn't look like Judith is going to wants to stand up. She's enjoying sitting down. Looks like that group is finished. We'll find out the results a little bit later. In the meantime, let's just quickly discuss what happened. We saw In the 40 plus men's draw, we saw groups 1, 2, and 3 on the feature tables, all go according to seeding. This is what happened this morning. Alon Ariman won Group 1, he won both of his matches, sticking to the seeding there, and then Neil de Preer beat Ishan in a make-or-break match to make the main draw. Marvin Job, seeded number 2, made quick work of Friki and Amar to take that group, and then Friki took the second spot there against Amar. Himanshu Kapoor, he beat both Melvin and Shishen, and then Melvin with quite a tight final game between Shishen. Melvin took the honours there. The other groups, we're still waiting for those results. They have been played. If you want to check it out, you can check it out on the website, GNTTP. You see the ladies are back at the table. GNTTP.co.za. Click on the tournaments tab. And then you can see the draws and the schedules all listed there. It looks like the ladies do have another match to play. They're taking their time, conserving as much energy as possible.
We're going to continue now with the men's veterans over 60. There were 2 buys, so we have 2 quarterfinals. On table number 2, in the first quarterfinal, we have Simon Demant versus Peter Bian. And on table number 3, we have Vernon Maney versus Vic Carrasco. The umpires will be Amadeus and Michael Fidos.
We heard the voice of the tournament administrator Vivek Singh, who's been working non-stop for the last few weeks to make sure that everything's in order for this competition. Gauteng North has done a great job, not only setting up the hall, making it a great experience, making sure we've got the live stream. What a great advert for table tennis in South Africa. And it shows with the entries. Last year, a P1 competition. P1 is the highest ranking points that an affiliate can offer any player. This year, a P2 competition, so naturally you would expect less entrants. But last year's entries, 150 entries. This year's entries, over 200, 210 odd entries. And including some veteran competition, which is very,
right, and
useful.
in the veteran men's over 40 category, we're going to go into the round of 16 now. On table number 4 is Melvin van Zyl versus Lindy Peters. On table number 5 is Fred Els versus Stan Gui. Muchele in the umpire on table number 5. That's this one. table number 6, we have Vian Leroux versus Neil Dupree. Umpire is Madelise. Johan, do you mind umpiring? Thanks, Johan. On table number 7, it's Ronald Lawrence versus Billy Bale. Umpire is Johan Fitzgerald.
So this is the women's over 40 group. I thought that they'd been done, but they're not done. So we got Judith and Raki. We saw Raki with a massive comeback, beating Chantal in the fifth. Chantal nearly making a comeback in the fifth after being 4 points behind, just not making it. On table 2, we see some old table tennis hats. If you've been around table tennis, you'll know Simon Diamond. Simon Diamond on the left in the red. Peter Bian on the right. Penhold grip, pimple player. Very tricky. One of the few pimple players that prefers the pimple. In other words, lots of pimple players will play with a live rubber and then in the case of a pedal grip twiddle for the pimple, he actually plays mostly with a pimple and then the twiddle with a live rubber. Whatever is on the other side, who knows? Who knows with these players? They know each other though, they haven't checked each other's bats. Sometimes can be a little bit of a mistake. Peter Bjorn to serve. Simon's definitely got a pimple or something on that backhand. The other thing with Peter Bjorn, he tends to attack a lot with a pimple, which is uncommon. A lot of pimple players tend to be defensive in nature. Peter Bjorn going for the shot, which makes it even more tricky. You see the red live rubber. He's played with a live rubber. Or is that the pimple? Oh, my eyes deceiving me. Maybe check it up and have a pimple on both sides. You see international umpire Michael Fudas is also a medical person on site. He is a doctor, Dr. Fudas. He loves to do things well. I can tell you what, you're going to see some fireworks from these older guys. Simon Diamond, not a stranger to controversy. Good reaction from Simon to win the point. Peter going for a big shot, Simon blocking it right back. That will give Simon a lot of confidence. Make Peter think twice. Peter with a nod of the head, good point. In front of us, Raki with a 2-point lead, 2 game points for her. Simon nice and confident. Clipping the net, was going to apologize, then pulled out of the apology, pretended like he was ruffling his hair. No apology necessary. Peter Bjorn with a loud no, not happy with himself. Cross serve, and a pimple, it's dead serve. Sometimes it's the best serve for a pimple, doesn't give it any spin to work with. The pimple relies on your spin. And that's if the red is the pimple. Not convinced of that yet. You see a massive comeback from Judith. She was down 2 game points, came back, won that game, 12-10. See the towel break from table number 2. Every 6 points, you're allowed a towel break. It's not supposed to be too long, it's just a wipe down. Some of the players use it tactically. A bit of extra air in the lungs. There's the third serve onto the pimple, so the pimple has nothing to work with. Going for the big shot, hitting the net. This match is going to be very tight, as you can already see. These old wily characters. They know the play. Simon claiming the edge, was clearly not an edge. Peter Bjorn acknowledging the edge. I don't think it hit the edge. It hit the edge of Peter Bjorn's bat. But I could be wrong. We all make mistakes, especially the commentators. Peter Bjorn going for check, completely missing it. Game was quite tight until this point. Sammy Simon with a 2-point lead. Simon dribbling with confidence. Peter Bjorn with a dead serve. Simon pops it up. This time he's not going to miss. These were the fiery characters that Craig and myself were discussing last night. 9-all game, just like that. Tactically very astute, these two players. They've been playing this game for a long time. Simon was shaping for the forehand. Peter very cleverly Grabbing in for room. Simon trying to pop it up, just not getting to it. 1 game point for Peter. Peter has a very interesting block with the Pimple, the pinhold grip. Picked it up off the bounce. Simon equal to the task. Follow up attack. Follow up attack. Deuce game. If you thought this was going to be a runaway for either player, that's for sure not the case. They're going for the big attack. Not quite in position. Position's everything. Great return. Again, Simon shaking for the forehand, moving over to his left. Peter just putting it back on the forehand side. And now using his bat very cleverly. See Barney Bar in the background. Peter blocking off the bounce every time. Very interesting to see. Takes that game. Can definitely tell you Simon's going to have something to say there. Yeah, on table 1 we see the ladies over 40 group going around robin. 3 entries there. Far side we see Vic Carrasco. This is the over 50 category. We're going to quickly see if we can get a better angle on this. Quickly see if we can pull up this draw and make sure this is the 50 plus group men's. Not the 50 plus. Yeah. No. Has to be. No, these are the knockouts. That's right. No, it can't be. Okay, I'm going to stop embarrassing myself. I can't find this book. Right, I do know some of the players. It's like Peter Bian. Table number 2, Simon Diamond. Far side, Vic Carrasco. Not sure if his opponent will find it out. Meanwhile, table number 1, the ladies. 1-all. It's getting very tight there. I think that's going to be a very tight round robin in the end. Peter Bian going for a big forehand. Leading by 2 points. Peter Bian came back. 2-point deficit to win the first game against Simon Diamond. So in my brief absence, I quickly went to find out what was going on because I couldn't find the straw. This is actually the knockout of the 60 plus. So the knockout of the 60 plus, you see, so if we go here to the 60 plus draw, so here you see the 60 plus. We see Vic Carrasco went through, Simon Diamond went through, Peter Bian went through. And Peter Bian now playing Simon Diamond in what appears to be a semi-final, whereas Vic Carrasco is playing, my guess would be anyone at this point in time. So let's get back to the action. And let's see, we see there, far table. Tight match, 12-10. Meanwhile, the ladies, 2 games to a key, trailing in the 4th by 2 points. Quite a tight group, these ladies. They're very closely matched. We saw how close Chantel and Raki's match was. Could have been anyone's game. A nice flick from Judith. We see a timeout called. We see a lot of discussion there. Peter Bian leading that game against Simon Diamond, 2 games to 0. That's quite a deficit in the 3rd. Simon Diamond needs to find 4 points. They've definitely chosen the correct umpire, international umpire, Michael Fidas. He will definitely stick to the rules and he will make sure these guys kept under control. Peter Bian with 6 match points very quickly. Simon Diamond's just going to rush through his serves now. I tell you now, Simon's not happy about losing this match. Fast serve, Peter returns fast. Nice firm shake of the hand. Simon will definitely have something to say before he leaves. Without a doubt. How else do we know Simon? Meanwhile, in the other semi-final, Vic Carrasco is leading 2 games to 0. But trailing in the 3rd, 1 by 3 points. extremely tight match here on table 1 with the ladies. This is the ladies 40 plus category. Judith Sassu, Raki Gokal and Chantal Oosthuizen. So we saw a 5-set humdinger between Chantal and Raki. Now we see another 5-set humdinger between Judith and Raki. Who knows? Fortunately, I wasn't privy to the first game results, so it might be a case of going down to point difference at this point in time. Seems like Vic has taken the second spot in the finals of the 60 plus category. It looks like it's going to be Peter Bian and Vic Carrasco competing for the honors of the 60 plus. Just on that note, thank you to Tony's Table Tennis, one of our sponsors. Tony always sponsors the Gauteng North Open with vouchers for the winners. 20,000 rands worth of prize money for the winners here at the Gauteng North Open. Along with that, the Tony Tables Tennis voucher. Thank you, Tony, for the amazing support throughout all years. Other sponsors we want to mention: Fed Group for sponsoring sound equipment, Puma Video for sponsoring live streaming equipment, WJN Creative, and Pebble Rock Media. Thank you to all our sponsors. You guys are amazing. We hope to make you proud just as much as we want to create a pleasant experience for all our online viewers, including all the players. If you're in the area, we're at the Johnny Buck Stadium. Just put that in Google. We'll bring you right here. We've got snacks on sale. We've got fantastic table tennis. What you don't want to miss is the juniors. That's happening tomorrow. Junior singles, junior doubles tonight, along with the veterans doubles. Junior singles, and then the big one, the seniors. That's on Sunday. So if you're going to go anywhere, if you've got nothing to do, or if you just want to see some fantastic table tennis, make your way to the Johnny Buck Stadium. The stadium is completely kitted out, as you can see, 15 tables with warm-up tables. This is what we want to see. We want to see table tennis at its best. Here on table number 1, you see Raki taking a 2-point lead. Remember, in the 5th and final match, when one of the players reaches 5 points, they change sides. So that's where we're at here. 2 points lead for Raki. She's done phenomenally well. We've seen massive fightbacks from her against Chantal. Now we see her leading in this game, and just like that, Judith isn't going to wait around. 5 each in the final game of the final match of this group. Judith takes the lead with a 1 point. Both of the ladies in black, but Judith with a headband takes a 2-point lead. Now Raki has to fight back. We've seen it before. Let's see if she can fight to win. There is 1 of 2 points. Judith goes for the forehand down the line. Cute angle. This forehand down the line, because your playing surface is shorter than going cross court, tends to be a little bit harder to pull off. Very effective going to the backhand there. That's why you do it. And Judith with a long push on the line. He wasn't expecting it to land. Judith with a 2-point lead. Now Judith is letting go. Beautiful cross-court forehand. Lots of power. 4 match points. If Raki was going to do anything, now would be the time. She needs to pull 4 points out of a hat somewhere. At this point in time, there's a lot you need to be thinking of. Which serve is going to give you the best chance? Long, short, backspin, topspin, side spin. So that's for short backspin. And it works. It was very short. So as the momentum's taking it forward, push it that long. Sometimes when the ball's that short, you've got to control your body on impact. You need to move in quickly, but control your body so that you don't overhit the edge of the thinking. Going into conservation mode here. Everyone's too scared to attack. Judith does. Into the net. Sometimes a bit of tension, finishing off a game or a match can be tough sometimes. Key with some very clever returns, but Judith equal to the task. Big hug, well done ladies. That was the final match of the over 40 round robin. I'm not privy to the score of the first match, but I do know Raki beat Chantal, and now we see Judith beating Raki. So the big question is, who won the match between Chantal and Raki? If Chantal won that one, then things are going to go down to game scores and points times. Picture time. You can see at the bottom left here, there is a draw out. So these draws will be available online. I'm quickly going to head over there myself. So this is gnttb.co.za. Go to the tournaments tab, click on 22 week 4 Gauteng North Open. Click on draws. And the draws will be uploaded there. If they aren't there yet, we've got the original draws up here. I see they haven't updated these draws yet. I see, there we go. No, none of them have been updated yet. Those will be updated shortly. Just so that you know, we've had a fantastic weekend so far with the public holiday yesterday.
The draw is available here at the control table on the screen in the front if you want to have a look. This is in the men's veterans over 40 and over 60 categories. We're going to start with the men's over 40 quarterfinals. On table number 2 is Alon Arguman versus Stan Bui. Amadeus will be the umpire. On table number 3, quarterfinal number 2, that's Lindley Peters versus Barney Bai. The umpire is Michael Fidos. On table number 4, quarterfinal number 3 is Himanshu Kapoor versus Neil Dupriya. The umpire is Christo Fenter. And on table number 5, in the final quarterfinal, is Ronald Lawrence versus Marvin Job. The umpire is Machele, the Kalakala.
So as you heard, men's over 40 quarterfinals, we saw those names: Alon Arguman, Marvin Job, Himanshu Kapoor, Barney Bai. We're going to get our hands on that draw soon, but we are definitely going to be watching some of these. Table 2 and 3. We saw Alon on table number 2 and Himanshu. On table 3, we'll see now. Which table 2, 3. There we go. Players are on the table. Alon's already on table 2. That's going to be a nice matchup. Alon and Peter.
going to start with the veteran men over 60 semi-finals. On table number 1, it's Hong Song versus Peter Bian. The umpire is Judith Sasu. And on table number 6, in the second semi-final, is Victor Rashko versus Rainer Staub. The umpire is Dani Ulifu.
So here we can see that knockout draw from the veteran men over 40. So we're in the quarterfinal stage. Alon versus Star Hui. Lindley Peters versus Barney Bai. Himanshu, he's got a bye. No, quarterfinal Himanshu versus Neil, and then Ronald Lawrence versus Marvin Job. So the two Gauteng North players there, bottom right. And then we've got a nice mix of play. So that's table 2 over there. That's Alon versus Stan Hui. That's what we're looking at right now. Struggling with those returns, keeps chopping them back and just taking them over the back. And then tries to go for a big forehand, a little bit of a tennis backswing. This time Stein returns the favour and then just drifts the ball off the table. There's a tomahawk. This time Stein goes for the right shot, top spinning backhand, just catches the top of the table tennis bat. It's a little bit of a, looks like a reverse tomahawk from Alon. So far it's all service, not really much rallies going on here. There's a bit of a rally. As I speak of it, it ends with a net. Tentative start. We're into the quarterfinals. No one wants to make a mistake here. Again, top of the bat, just the timing of the ball, not 100%. And just like that, 2-point deficit becomes 7-all. This match is going to be quite tight. You can already sense it. You can see it with the players. Quite tentative. Now, so finally we start opening up slightly, start landing a few shots. It's a very clever shovel serve. One pops it up with his ante. Side swipe serve. Side spin, top spin. And the service error. You can see that's not something you want to do in a quarterfinal, especially a tight quarterfinal. No one wants to lose in a quarterfinal. Quarterfinal means very little. Semi-final, you still potentially have a third or fourth playoff, or even potentially a bronze medal. Quarterfinal means you go home. With a few stories maybe. There you see the big forehand from Alon. A tennis backswing and a positive body drop. Deuce game. Table number 3 there, we see Barney Bai, Lindley Peters. Finally getting some reaction from Alon with a one more. This is what you can see. This is the tension we want. Not scared to pop it up with that ante. It's always a risk of forcing a mistake. A window wiper wins along that point. Another game point for Alon. Let's see what Stan can produce. Maybe a shovel serve. Not completely. He held back on the shovel. Dead serve on the ante. Remember, no spin for an ante is difficult. No spin for a pinfield sometimes is a difficult shot. Stan goes for the big forehand flick over the table. Big shot for such a short serve. High risk shot. And there we have it. Alan takes the first game, 14-12. That game is anything to go by. That's going to be a tight match right there. See Peter Bian on table number 1. Very friendly character. Whoever wants a good conversation, go chat to Peter Bian. Played for a long time in the Gauteng North League with Peter Bian. He's not in that league at the moment. Possibly playing in Gauteng Central, not 100% sure. And this game starts again on table 2. Flush shuttle serve. Giving Alon a world of trouble. Alon enjoying this windscreen wiper serve. A side spin. The reverse windscreen wiper. 2-point lead for Alon. Last backhand. All these serve and deliver. Serve and take the point. And frustrated with himself. He's struggling to get the touch he needs, the touch he requires. This top spin from Stan. Just can't get the follow. You see the second service error from Alon. He's very upset with himself. There might have even been an expletive there. Can't repeat that on live commentary. See the frustration? If you can't let go of the mistake, often the next point goes into the net. Next 2 points goes into the net. You've got to get over the mistakes, right? I don't have time to mull over a mistake. The windscreen wiper is super effective. He's brought one back. He needs another one. Reverse windscreen wiper into the rally. But the touch lets Alon down. Touch on that ante. Makes it very hard. Meanwhile, table 3. We see 5-4 for Barney Bai. Lindley Peters from Gauteng North. And just like that, 2-point lead for Stan. Table number 2. Alon quite frustrated. He's made a few service errors, a few unnecessary service errors. 3 top spin serves. Hands in the air from Alon. See these players using the same serves the whole time. They clearly know something we don't. You don't always have to change it up. Game point for Stan. And he takes it. First time of asking the reverse windscreen wiper from Alon. Not doing the trick. Just as Lindsay very confidently hits a forehand past Barney Bai. Leading by 1, Lindley. Lindley Peters plays at the Now Table Tennis Club. 2 game points for Lindley. You see on table 1, that's the 60 plus. Busy warming up. quickly take a look at that draw. So we saw Simon Diamond beat Peter Bian in that quarterfinal. I thought it was a semi-final. No, Peter Bian beat Simon Diamond. Other way around. So this is sure. Hong Jung Song is playing Peter Bian in the semi-final for a place in the final. On the other side, we've got Rainer and Vic. I wonder if we can catch a bit of that game on this camera angle. There we see Rainer and Vic on the right, just past. And they're on that. They're still winning up there. Let's get back to the action. Table 1, 2, and 3. Lots of action here. You see the deuce game there on Lidley Peters. Game point. Lidley. And Barney Bar letting the top spin, hitting very hard. Meanwhile, table 1, Peter Bian in the Hong Shing Chong. They've gotten started. This is 60 plus. See how far back Hong Shing is standing on the receive. You would think it's an easy point for a short serve. Not necessarily. Some of these old guys are quite nimble, the 60 plus guys. And if you don't believe me, you're welcome to come and join us. Peter Bian with a typical forehand. We saw him using the live rubber a lot against Simon Diamond. A lot more than what I'm used to seeing him. Meanwhile, table 2. Alon's trailing. Got 2 points. Saw him getting very frustrated in the previous game. That's Stan and Alon. Stan, 3-point lead now, a nice rally. Sometimes this is what you need to induce a good rally. There's a little bit of a deficit. Got to free your arms, free your shoulders. You got to play like you know you can. This game at table 1 is also going to be very tight. Peter Bian, 1 point slender lead. Lidley Peters took the first game against Barney Bai. Stan's giving Alon a hard time. You can see he's taking the ball very early, rushing the follow-up shot. 2-point lead there. Nice touch play here at the bottom from Hoshi Song. I'm just going to say Song from here on, because I'm pretty sure I am not saying it right. So Song is leading now by 1 point. He was leading. Correction. 8-all. And just like that, Alon's also made it 8-all on table number 2. Alon going for the windscreen wiper. Sometimes it's very hard to see how much side spin, top spin, back spin is on it. And that's exactly what happened. Now with the backhand side spin, top spin, 2 quick points, 2 game points for Alon. You can see he's fired up. A lot more vocal than we've seen him today. Stan with a beautiful cross-court forehand. Another beautiful cross-court forehand makes it a deuce game. In for another deuce game here. I tell you, a lot of these games are going to be deuce games. And this is just the quarterfinals. Imagine a semi-final, imagine a final. When not in position, he wants to hit that. When he's not there, tries to hit it at the highest point. So he rushes the shot into the net. Game point for Stan. The moment Alon got that second attack back, he knew it was trouble. They must have had a lot of backspin on it. The anti turning it around. Good position. Good positional play from Alon. Down the line push. Stands out of position. Now it's a game point for Alon. This thing is changing and chopping and changing as quickly as I'm losing my words. The crossbow block from Alon. Alon saying, how did I miss that? He moved it in the right way, tried to cross good block. So S misses the edge of the table. Meanwhile, Lindley, 2-point lead against Barney Bai. Stan goes for the big equalizer. So, topspin serve. Peter VM says thank you very much. Cross-court topspin. No troubles there, Peter. Definitely need to find out what Peter's playing with. He's preferring the red rubber. And with being a penhold, he tends to use mainly that one rubber. It's a more traditional penhold player, not the Shushin type. Shushin plays an actual backhand with a penhold. Peter Bien plays a traditional backhand, in other words, same rubber as the forehand on the backhand side. Peter Bien taking a 3-0 lead. Looks like Alon took that third game, crucial game if you ask me. Now the pressure squarely on Stan. Now he has to fight to stay in the game, to stay in this match, to stay in this competition. Remember, if you lose at the quarterfinals, you go home. Nothing to show for it. Came all this way for a good time. Barney Bai fighting back, reducing his deficit 1 point. Just as Song did as well. Song 2 points behind. Made it 3-0. Nice back there. Peter Bien going for the big forehand. Not landing it. He believes it should have landed. A 9-all game on table 3. Barney Bai's fought back nicely, tied up that game, and takes it to 1 game point for him. Lindley tries to hammer his way into a deuce game, but just successfully hits the ball into the net. Very frustrating. Any player. You see a beautiful serve from Alon. Catches the edge of the bat on the serve. Doesn't happen often. But he keeps his lead, 2-point lead. Remember, Stan has to win this game. Best of 5. If he wants to force a 5th, he needs to win this game. Alon a little bit more comfortable on his returns. Can't be too comfortable though. Meanwhile on table 1 we see Song really staying in this game with Peter. Peter Bien. Only penhold player, not the only, Song is the second penhold player. How did I miss that? So the 2 penhold players playing in the semi-final of the 60 plus. The only 2 penalt players just happens to play against each other in the semi-final. Peter Bien will attack. One of the most attacking pinball players I've seen. He always goes for his shots very successfully, very frustratingly to the opponent. Penalt catches the edge of the bat, goes straight down. Peter be on a 2-point lead. Meanwhile, Stan made a massive comeback, 4-point turnaround. So leading by 1 point in a must-win game for him if he wants to stay in this competition. Meanwhile, Barney serving. Three points to 4. Looks like one game each there. Now Lon, wide point, not lots of power. You don't always need power. Placement is just as important as power. Looks like Peter's tied up the game score here on table 1. Table 1 game each. I think I correctly said Peter was leading. Clearly not. There's a 9-all game there. Table number 2, Alon versus Stan. Now this is what we came to see, right? This is why you are using the precious data. Unless you have uncapped, which means you've got no excuse. No excuse but to stay and watch and support. We've had a massive 280 views so far this morning. We've had about 20 of you who hasn't even logged off once. To those 20, we say thank you, and we definitely give you some beautiful table tennis, veteran table tennis at its best. Yesterday, we also had about 200 odd for the disabled event, and we had a few people join us for the live draw. The live draw didn't go as planned. We went over by about an hour and a half, and we had lots of technical issues. At one point, every single camera and every microphone we had went off at the same time. But somehow we got through it with your support. Thank you. 2-all. While I was talking rubbish, Stan has forced the fifth in the decider there. Stan's not going to give up easily. We did say it was going to be a tight one, and it is a tight one. Now we're going to see some fire. We're going to see some fire, just as we see Barney by a massive forehand against Lindley. Lindley likes to rush the serve, likes to try to catch the opponent off guard. Not successful at this point. Again rushes the serve, and he rushes the forehand, and he looks like in despair. Table number 1, we have a no from Song. Sounds like a country song. We have a fist bump on table 2. Stan taking the lead, taking charge. I tell you what, the emotions, that ball nearly landed. Catches the top edge of Stan's bat and nearly clips the edge. The net serve. Now it's Peter Bayern's turn to declare his disapproval and no. Peter Bayern blocking the ball off the bounce. Very odd to see. We've seen now Barney by taking the lead in that game. Lindley was controlling it for a long time. Now Lindley's on the back foot. Must-win game for Lindley. Meanwhile, Alon's trailing by 3 points. Confidence on Stan's side. Alon needs to pull a rabbit. 3-point turnaround becomes a 2-point turnaround. That's what he needs. Peter clips the net. Now we're going into an attacking defensive game there. 1 point. Alon needs to have this game. That's what he needs. Fired up, ready for action. Assisting with the side spin, top spin serve. 5-all. The one thing with these players, with the experience, they don't panic when they're so far behind. And a beautiful defensive play by Alon, wins in the point. Stan attacking, and missing the final killer blow. Now it's Stan's turn to be chasing the game. Not for long. Quick shove a serve. These guys are struggling with each other's serve. Window wiper. What do we see? Window wiper comes and along. Hits the return. Let's see, backhand. Backhand side spin top spin. Oh. So back through the side spin top spin. And Stan, I called it, Stan saw it. 7-all game. Stan has fought back from a 2-1 deficit. And now he's fighting in the fifth. A short pimple return, pops up. Stan going for break. For breaking. We see Peter taking a 10-6 lead on table 1. 4 game points for Peter. Peter with a beautiful forehand off the serve. Easy as that. That's how you do it, boys. That's how you do it. Meanwhile, Alon with a 2-point lead and a make or break fifth setter. Reverse window wiper. As the trick, this one a little bit shorter. Stan wants to play the forehand, not in position. And Alon takes the game. Alon will be happy with that recovery. He dodged the bullet. Stan can be happy with the way he played. Unfortunately, out of the tournament, but he pushed Alon into the fifth set. It would be nice to see a deuce game in the fifth, just to add a little bit of tension. We like tension. Meanwhile, table number 3. 4 match points for Barney Bai. Lindley Peters is going to rush through serves. He likes to rush the opponent. Save 1 match point. And Barney finishes with a beautiful forehand. Remember, Barney, left-handed player, makes no mistake. Well done, Barney. Well done, Alon. And while the play on table 1 is taking its time, we'll quickly take a look at the draw, so we all know what's going on. So we just saw Alon beat Stan in a 5-setter. We saw Barney beating Lindley. So our semi-final there, Alon versus Barney. And then we'll find out soon what happened on the other end of the scale. Back to the 60 plus. And we've got Song versus Peter Bien. So Song versus Bien. Peter's leading 2 games to 1. The 2 penal players fighting it out. Song taking a slender lead. And we say conservation mode, but confidence wins the point for Peter. Peter picks those balls up off the bounce. He takes them very early, which is very odd. Ball comes through very quickly. You can see Peter twiddling, black side in the front, red side in the front, black side, red side. Just puts a little bit of uncertainty in your mind. You see black, you see red, you see black, you see red. Which one is it? And who knows what they are? This point in time, I'm not sure. Peter with a beautiful forehand. 1-point lead. Peter acknowledging the edge, very slight edge. None of us could have said that, but Peter, true to his honesty, true to his character. chasing that edge, does Song. So he's looking for that edge. Beautiful, nice angle to see Peter with his forehand coming around, finishing the point. 2-point lead. Must win for Song if Song wants to stay in this competition. Remember, this is a semi-final, so there'll possibly be a third or fourth playoff. Some competitions don't do the third or fourth playoff, so all semi-finalists get to medal, a bronze medal. I think there will be playoff in this one. Song fighting back. 1 point in it here. Peter with a beautiful forehand. Off the serve. Peter, very attacking player. He's going to attack. He's going to attack with a pimple. He's going to attack with a live rubber. Which one is it? Which one is it? 3-point lead. Song back against the wall. Currently he's back against the board. It looks like he's calling a timeout. Is it a timeout? Remember, you get a towel break every 6 points. At 6 plus 9, 15. So he's 3 points short. Taking his time, recollecting his thoughts. Whatever he did work. Okay, he's got him 1 point. He'd upset himself. Just like that, Song's taken 2 points in a row. Whatever he did on his extended break did the trick. But yet, Peter with 2 match points. This is the men over 60 knockout semi-final. Peter Bien, 2 match points. True to his form, he attacks, he misses. Still has 1 match point. Song needs to take 1 to force a deuce game. Peter hands in the air like he just doesn't care, but he does care. And in the background there we can see Vic Carrasco. Is that Himanshu he's playing with? No, that's Reina. That's the other semi-final. It's probably just as tight. Can't see the score from this angle. Can we see the score from this angle? Reina leading this game at least 6 games to 3. I think Vic is leading. No, is it it's also a 5-setter, 2-2. That's just as massive. And we have a winner here. We have a winner on table 1. Song forced the deuce game, but Peter equal to the task. Let's pop over to the other semi-final in the background there. You can see Reina with a headband, blue shirt headband. On the right, Vic Carrasco in the blue, black and green shirt. Looks like a 5-setter as well, and Vic has just tied it up. Was trailing by 2 points. Now Vic has brought it back to 6-all. Fantastic showing. This is what we want to see. We want to see the fight that these veterans have. 6-all in the 5th. Where else do you want to be? You want to be here? Or do you want to be somewhere else? I can tell you what, you want to be here. And if you can't be here, you want to be watching this live. And these guys, feisty characters. I can tell you that Reina is a feisty character. Can you imagine Reina and Bien final? Bien very relaxed. Reina very feisty. Could make a good combination. Or do we want Vic, Peter final. We know Peter's in the final. Reina's taken a 2-point lead again. He's restored the lead. Reina with the left-handed. He used to play with the ante. I'm not sure what he's playing with today. He's got a 3-point lead. Vic is the number 1 seed in this draw. Is Reina gonna cause an upset? 4 match points, right? Am I seeing that correctly? 4 match points for Reina. Reina with a beautiful backhand. Vic up to the task. Save 1 match. Unfortunately can't save the next. And that's it. There was our 60 plus finalists. Reina Stab versus Peter Bian. That's going to be an exciting final. Let's look at that draw right there. So we just saw Peter Bian beating Hong Shong Song, and Reina beating our number 1 seed Vic Carrasco from the Free State. Reina from Gauteng Central. Next up, we're going to see Peter Bian and Reina Stab. So what we're going to do next is we're going to have a medal ceremony, just in case you're wondering. Let's pop over here, and let's quickly go and see what we can see. I'm going to sign off for a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot of action still coming today. We just saw the semi-finalists of the 60 plus men. So soon we're going to see the semi-finals of the 40 plus men, and then a lot of exciting action coming soon. Don't go anywhere.
Chan, can we do some photos of these things? Chantal and Rocky, could you have you two at the control table, please? Before we continue with the veteran men's over 40 and 60 semi-finals and final, I was just going to do the medal ceremony for the women's veteran category. Guys, can you please clear the tables at the back? Just a short medal ceremony for the women's veteran category. Table 16, please clear table 16. Thanks. We have 3 entrants in the women's veteran over 40 category, and in third place is Chantal Oosthuizen. The runner-up in the women veterans over 40 category is Raki Gokal. And the winner of the veteran women's over 40 category is Judith Sasu.
What an amazing achievement. 40 plus ladies. Judith Sasu taking the 40 plus veterans category. So just so you know, each of these ladies, other than a medal and a beautiful certificate, they get a cash prize as well as a voucher from Tony's Table Tennis. Thank you, Tony, for your constant support.
Congratulations to the veteran women. Thanks. You may resume practicing if you wish. We're going to continue now with the veteran men over 40 semi-finals. On table number 3, so we will do the semi-finals of the over 40 category. On table number 3, we have Alon Argaman versus Barney Bai. And on table number, let's use table number 5, we have Himanshu Kapoor versus Ronald Lawrence. Michael Fidos, the umpire on table 5.
Semi-finals time on the over 40 plus category. This is going to be fire. If you know of anyone, make sure that they log online, share the link. This is going to be amazing. So just in case you've just popped in now, thank you for joining us. This is the 2024 Gauteng North Open. We are currently busy with the veterans category. We've just seen the semi-final of the veteran men over 40. We also saw a round robin for the women over 40. Now we're heading into I apologize. Quarter-final for the men's over 40, going into the semi-final of the men over 40. What we did see though was the semi-final of the men over 60. Just so that you know what I'm talking about. We saw Han Ching Song play Peter Bien, Vic Carrasco playing Rainer Stubb. In the first semi-final, Peter Bien won in 3 sets, 3-2. Han Ching Song did very well to come back, to fight. Peter Bien just too much. Meanwhile, upset in the other semi-final, Rainer Stubb from Gauteng Central beating Vic Carrasco from Free State to book his spot in the final against Peter Bien. Then the next that we're going to be seeing soon is the semi-final of the men over 40. This is what we're looking at here. We saw Alon beat Stan. It was quite a tight match. 5-setter. Alon had to fight very hard against Stan. He's going to play Barney Bai. He beat Lindley Peters in 4 sets, 3-1. And then, to be honest, I wasn't sure who won the other quarterfinals. But I'm sure it was good.
And is contested between Hong Jian-song and Vic Carrasco. The umpire is Michele. And the table number 1 in the final of the veteran members 60 category is Peter Vian versus Rainer Stab. The umpire is Christoph Fenter.
That's just confirming what we just said. Final, Peter Vian versus Rainer Stab. That's going to be a fire semi-final. Final, not semi-final, we've seen the semi-finals. There's so many finals and semi-finals to keep track of. And this is the place you want to keep track of it. See Christy Venter is going to be the umpire of the final. Rainer Stab, a fiery character. Peter Vian, calm, collected. That's going to be lots of fun. We see our tournament administrator, Vivek Singh, working hard on the administration. Audrey Skoltz, head of logistics here at Gauteng North. Rihanna Potgieter, secretary. And Caroline Stark. She's the president of Gauteng North. She's also an internationally qualified umpire, tournament referee, along with Michael Fidos. Michael Fidos, also a doctor, and therefore our medical person on site. This is table number 1. See Peter Vian in the background there. Busy warming up. This is how the veterans warm up. They walk up and down the hall. This hall is about 50 meters long, so running to the bathroom is considered a warm up around here. Just ran into Reno on the way. His first words to me, "I'm tired." That's what happens, and guess what? He's still here. He's competing in the final. Table tennis is a game for all ages. You can start at 4, 5. You see some of the top players starting to play, and when they're 3 years old, the moment they can hold a bat, they're on the table. But you can also play till you're 90. If you head over to an international veterans competition, you'll see 90-year-olds playing this sport. It's very clear, good for the brain, good for the body. So if you aren't on the board, get on the board. Get to your local club. Check out Gauteng North website if you're in the Pretoria, the Greater Pretoria region. Gauteng Central, if you're in Johannesburg, the Greater Johannesburg region. KZN's got a few clubs, a few affiliates. They're growing very quickly. Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, Cape Town itself, very active. Find a club near you. Don't miss out. In the meanwhile, while we're waiting, we want to thank our sponsors. Tony's Table Tennis, we saw a prize giving earlier, so each one of the ladies who won a prize, won a cash prize with a voucher, sponsored by Tony's Table Tennis. Thank you so much, Tony, for all your support over the years, supporting Gauteng North. Meanwhile, we see on table 3, the semi-final, Barney Bai, Alon Argaman. Alon takes an early lead. We saw Barney Bai beat Lindley Peters Alon going strong with his window wiper serve. Barney, a left-handed player, struggling there with the timing. You saw how he hit the ball next to his body. Ideally, you want to hit the ball in front of your body so that you can get the weight of your body through the ball. If you're a beginner here, you want to hit powerful balls, you want to use your body, you want to get your weight through the ball. That's how the top players get the power. Ronnie Bar with a side spin serve, Alon with his empty trying to push it back into the net. Ronnie fetching the ball from underneath the edge of the table. Lots of top spin. Top spin forces the ball down onto the table. Spinning ball. Again, waits for the ball to nearly go below the edge of the table before it hits the top spin. Top spin is what makes that possible. Fast serve onto Alon's body. Suddenly Bonnie Bar is back in this game. 1 point deficit. And just like that, tied game. One thing you cannot do is rest. Think you've won it when you haven't won it. You want to see celebrating too early. This is the game you want to do. You don't want to celebrate early here. Stay focused. Do what's winning the points. Micro adjustments necessary. You're leading 6-2, suddenly you're trailing 7-6. Got to make an adjustment. What do you change? How do you change? And that's what makes this sport so exciting. It's like a chess game, only at 160 kg. Going by trying to go for the forehand. He's moving to his right. And there's a left-handed player. All the angles are different. From a left hand to a right hand player. Needs adjustment. 8-all. Alon to serve. Reverse wing spin wiper. What's a side spin that one? Again, Bonnie picking the ball up from almost below the table. This time he wasn't in position to put top spin on. The result, Alon gets the point. Lots of side spin on that serve. Very cleverly, Alon's putting side spin with other top spin, back spin. It's just micro adjustments. That's what we said needed to happen. Now he's got one more game point. When you saved one game point, Alon's got one. And the service mistake. Barney goes for a quick one. He clips the edge of the table on his side. Ball nearly lands. They could have been very awkward for Alon when those land. You'd think it would be easy, but it's not always. What if it clips the edge? We don't know what spin is on that. Fortunately for Alon, it doesn't land. Unfortunately for Barney, it can rule a service error. In this game, you cannot afford service errors. First to 11 wins. So you can imagine that's 10% of the game. 10% you give to the opponent with a service error. Non-stakes. Barney to serve. Going for the forehand. He likes to attack. He's an attacking player. He's Chinese after all, isn't he? Along with an anti-spin, a deep return into Barney's body. Barney's not moving. That's why he missed the forehand. This time Barney moves, tries to pick up a low ball, misreads the spin. This time we saw twice Alon moving into position for the forehand. First one he realizes he's not in position and he waits for the second one. Second one makes no mistakes. The fast serve on the ante, very difficult to control. Again, very fast on the ante. When I say ante, I mean it's the kind of bat that Alon is playing with.
Table number 2, please.
So for the beginners who don't understand, table tennis bats aren't all equal. You get lots of different rubbers. You get fast rubbers, you get control rubbers, you get defensive rubbers, you get anti-spin, you get pimple rubbers. Each of them plays slightly different, and your blade makes a massive difference. You get carbon blades, you get wood blades. So the same rubber on a different blade will play differently. So what do you choose to play with? That's part of the fun, figuring out the best combination. And these veterans aren't scared to try new combinations. The young ones, they get used to something, they stick with it. But the veterans, they'll try pimple, they'll try anti-spin, they'll try slow bat or fast bat. And that's what makes it fun to play against them. Because the one day you might beat them, another day they come with a different bat, and suddenly it's a different game. You need them. So the anti, along hairs, it's a rubber that's basically dead. It has no spin. So what it tends to do, it tends to slow the ball down, it tends to reverse, but not as much as a medium pimple. So you get a medium pimple without a sponge, which will reverse the spin. And depending on the type of blade, will reverse it a lot or reverse it a little. And anti does a little bit of that, not as much. Also depends on the person holding the bat. So some pimple players, exactly the same bat, plays different in the hands of a different player. And that's what makes this game fun. Frustrating sometimes, but aren't we all like that? Don't we all love a challenge? You love a challenge, make your way down here, join us, find a club, get playing this wonderful sport of table tennis. We want to see you next year. Along with a 2-point lead there, 2 game points. Just take the second. Cute angle there with his anti-spin. Only by equal to the task. He saved 2 game points. Along relaxing a little bit, you can see his body is more relaxed. You want to see him tense up. Watch him lose this point. Net so it doesn't help, adds to the tension. So when the ball clips the net on the serve, you have to retake the serve. And if you clip it again and again and again, you keep taking it until you have a legal serve, a nice cross-court attack. So Alon has a bit of a tennis backswing on that forehand. You can see the hand coming up and then down and through. Beautiful cross-court winner. See here on table 1, Rainer Stubb playing Peter Bjorn. Peter inspecting his bat. For the young juniors, very clever thing to do, especially against your veterans. First go see what they're playing with. Give yourself the best chance of figuring it out quickly. You don't want to lose the first game because of a bat that you don't understand. Here we see Peter Bjorn playing his version of the Shushin backhand. Shushin plays a traditional backhand with a penalty grip. I can guarantee you Peter Bjorn won't play that in the game. That's for sure. Not in the final. Unless he's sure it will work. Peter Bjorn more a traditional penalty player. So what that means is the same side he plays forehand, he plays backhand with. Not that. I guarantee you won't play that in the game. Prove me wrong today. Prove me wrong. You see Vic Carrasco umpiring, checking the height of the net. Perfectionist that he is. All the way from the Free State, the Carrasco family loves their table tennis. What a way to spend a day with your family playing the sport that you love. And with the nature of table tennis, you can have a 12-year-old competing against a 90-year-old, and it can be competitive. You'll see that on Saturday, a lot of the juniors have entered the senior draw. We have some fantastic seniors. We've got a few in the top 10 in the country. Chetan Natu, the highest ranked player, Tibia Safir, who sacrificed the coaching course so that he can come and play at the Gauteng North Open. Good choice, Tibia, good choice. Also have a comeback from Terence Matole. For those of you who know Terence, It's one of the national team. He's taken a break from table tennis and now he's coming back. Left-handed player. Beautiful attacking player. He loves the big tournaments. You want to see quality player. Watch Tennis Matole in the big tournament. Meanwhile, Alon's taken a 2-point lead on table 3. Barney Bai is going to have to fight. He wants to make this final. This is the semi-final of the 40-plus category. Alon versus Barney Bai. Alon with beautiful defensive play. On the table, blocks it down the line. No time for Barney to react, to move, to counter. Table 2 here, we have a third and fourth playoff between Vic Carrasco and Hong Shishong, affectionately known as Song, by this commentator at least. Vic Carrasco losing to Rainer Stab from Gauteng Central. And Vic struggling, 4-point deficit against Song. See Song is another penhold grip player. Don't often see that in Africa. Barney Bai also penhold. It's more Chinese, Japanese style of play. Even there, it's not as common as what it used to be. But some of these other guys still enjoy it. Every now and then you'll see a junior. You see on the international scene the teenager from France. One of the brothers plays penhold very successfully. Every now and then I know of one other player, Donnie from Gauteng North, who loves his penhold. Not happy when asked to change to shake hand. Shake hand grip is the other grip, other common grip. There are lots of grips, but the shake hand, as you can see here from the Rainer Stub, that's the shake hand grip. Penhold grip, Peter Bayer, and hits it past the Rainer Stub. And just like that, semi-final on table 3 finish. Alon Argeman takes it, books his place in the final of the 40-plus category. That's going to be fire. Meanwhile, Peter Bynes taking a 2-point lead against Rainer. Peter controlling carefully and attacking when possible. Rainer with a nice forehand. Rainer, left-handed player. Ball pops up on what would traditionally be a backhand, but for a right-handed player, and he's right there with his left hand to finish the point. Now I know in the past Rainer used to play with an anti-spin. Not sure what he's playing with. Pretty sure it's not a lively Rainer. Game points for Peter Bien in this final. Oh, beautiful shot. Stretching. You can see what that meant to Peter. Apology. He had to run, he had to stretch, yet he hit the down the line point. A very difficult shot to execute. Well done, Peter. Takes the first game of this final. Vic Carrasco with a big comeback. He's 4 points behind, now he's leading by 1 point. Against Song. Vic with a deep push, a little bit high, moving backwards and forwards, essential in table tennis. If the ball's deep, you've got to move backwards, you've got to get your weight forward through the ball. If you're a bit too slow to move backwards or forwards, you find yourself out of position very quickly. Vic going for the big one. 1 game point save for Song. As you see some attacking play. Peter Bien. Nice defensive play. Wins the run of the point. service area. Remember what we said, 10%. You've just given 10% to your opponent. The finances, that would be a nice gift, right? Back into the controlling the point. And controls the point till the mistake is made. Often with the turnarounds, you'll see this. You win 1 point, next thing you find yourself behind in the second game. You win one game, second game, you're behind. Micro adjustments. I don't know, he's a clever player. He must have a strategy. Might not have worked in the first game, or did it? Maybe that was his plan all along. That's a funny thing to say, but can you give someone a game, build their confidence, suddenly find yourself up? It's risky, but I've heard of worse or better. Actually, if you play this game long enough, you've probably seen it yourself. Mind games are plenty. Two fast serves. On-rain is what I would say is an anti right there. You see the blue rubber from Reynolds. So traditionally, only two colors allowed, black and red. And just in case you didn't know why that was because of the differences in rubbers. So long time ago, I won't give my age away, the rubbers could have been same color, black and black, but then very hard to tell. Is it a pimple? Is it not a pimple? And back then they had long pimples, and now long pimples do funny things to these. Those have been outlawed, and the rules state the batters to be different colors. Recently, they've allowed certain colors. What would you call that blue? Baby blue. Seen green, seen pink, but it must still be two colors. So one black, one blue. One black, one green. Can't have the same color. See Peter going into that defensive, blocking very heavy. He blocks the ball off the bounce with his pen hold. Very interesting. And you can see a spinny serve from Peter. Black side must have a lot of spin. And Peter finishes that game against Reynolds. 2 games up in this final. Meanwhile, table 2 a lot tighter. 1 game for Victor Carrasco. He came back from a long way to take the game from Song. He was 4 points down, fighting, won that game, 5-all. I'll tell you what, Song is not going to let that one go. That's a bronze medal. You don't want a bronze medal to go begging here. You see the young Chile Lekalaka. Some dispute. Oh, I think he's telling him to play. What he's saying is you can't be wasting time. And he's in his right too. The rules state you can have a towel break every 6 points. So that's 6, 12, 18. We're on 11 points now. 6 plus 5 is 11. So next point, someone is welcome to take a towel break. What Lekalaka is saying is you can't walk around for half an hour. We actually saw that in the semi-final against Peter Bian. Peter was ahead to now. Towel break time. Vic is saying if you want to waste time now, you can. Still can't take 300 hours, but you can use your towel break now. Remember, these veterans are fiery, they've got nothing to lose, and they come from an era of very competitive table tennis. So their standards are very high. So I'm telling Machele. Craig May and I were discussing this. Now, Song is going to take his time. He's making a point. But Chela is correct. Chela is going to call the tournament referee. This is not what we wanted to see, but it was inevitable at some point. Probably stop international referee. He's going to have to step in. Plays in his right to call a referee if the referee is incompetent, or so the player has a right to ask for the referee to step in. In this case, the young Macheke Akalaka wasn't at fault. Possibly Vic Carrasco made the point, and he's in his right to make the point, but it takes a lot of strength to go up against some of these old veterans. Caroline Staff, international referee, she'll know what to say. Looks like Song is making the point that the water is running. You can't see. He needs to towel down more. Not sure what the regulations state about that, but we do know every 6 points you're allowed to towel down. Meanwhile, with all that happening in the background, Peter Bian has taken a 5-point lead, now 4-point lead. Rainer Stab back against the wall. What Peter doesn't want to do is let Rainer in here. Don't give him a foothold, because if he takes this game from that far behind, there's trouble. Looks like order is restored on table 2. Kanchin Chong, Vic Carrasco. Kanchin Chong asking for the leg played. Point was played. With these veterans, wily characters. 7-all there. That's going to be fine. Peter Bian with a big forehand sets up 4 championship points. And Peter Bian doesn't need to be asked twice. He wins 60 plus category. Rainer Stab with a good showing takes out the 2nd seed to reach the finals. Rainer Stab definitely will have something to say there. Often this happens when there is controversy. Sometimes it gives these players something to play for. Yang Ching Song now with 3 game points against Vic Carrasco. So if Vic did say something, he'll be regretting it now. Vic is saying what's going on. In reality, if the player's not ready to receive, he is in his right to stand up and say, I'm not ready. That won't be a point. Definitely tactical at this point in time. I can guarantee you that Song is using this tactically to great effect. I saw Vic was far ahead. And now Sandy is facing 2 game points. They're going for the big backhand. You can see the frustration. It's no fun. And Kanchin Song is rubbing it in, making sure that he's heard. Vic has heard his shouts. Kanchin Song is making a point himself. He's using the circumstances to gain an advantage. Is it wrong? You know? You can make that call. I can tell you it's competitive table tennis. These guys didn't come here to lose. So every advantage, and you see this in tennis. We've seen Djokovic altercations with the crowd. Medvedev altercations with the crowd. They don't train so hard to come and lose, they train to win. And if the circumstances allow, they'll win. Kanchin Song using this, rubbing it in. See the frustration in Vic. Vic is going to dig deep. He's not out of this game yet. 1 game each. 1 game each. Still in it. Let's see, we're going to see some fire in this game. Fire from both players. going for a shot. Guarantee who wouldn't have gone for before. The situation is on edge. Han Song is using it to his advantage. Gets the edge. Vic's on the board. 3-point deficit. Now, if you're watching this game, which side do you take? You take the villain. You want Vic to come back. You're happy to see Han Song playing these mind games. This time Vic executes the backhand nicely. There's the net ball recovery. Han Song wins the point. He lets everyone know he's won this point. Vic not in position. He wants to play the forehand. Frustrated. Legs aren't moving. You've got to phase out the noise. Phase out the noise. What's important? This point's important. That's how you approach this situation. Can't let the opponent get to you. Can't get the situation, let the situation get to you. It takes a lot of mental strength. This is where the champions are made. Being able to phase out the noise and play each point. Get your body to move. How hard is it to get your body to move? You think it's easy? Into these pressure situations, come and play. Come and play table tennis. Next year, 2025, Gauteng North Open. I want to see you here. It's going to be... Han Song is asking. It's 12 points. Every 6 points, you're allowed to have a tail break. Tactical. Tactical. See the halls emptying out as we're completing the categories. Tournament organizers doing a great job getting through these competitions, getting through these matches, through these rounds. That's what you want to see. No time being wasted, no table being wasted. Competition type. Han Song takes the second game there. What's Vic Carrasco going to do? Can he pull himself out of this hole? You see his corner. We see Han Song carrying on, talking to the tournament referee. Can you imagine what he's saying? He's saying, see, you helped me. Thank you. All mind games. For those of you who don't know, the table tennis on bats on the table, they're not allowed to leave the table with their table tennis bat. So in between games, in between timeouts, bat goes on the table, ball goes to the umpire. You see Han Song, he left the court, he went to go get some water or something, and we're back on the board. Vic Carrasco trailing by 1 game. He has to win this game if he wants a hope of that bronze medal. This is a bronze medal playoff, 3rd or 4th place. Han Song lost to Peter Bien. Carrasco going for a short stab. Frustrated. Cross serve. Did that catch the edge? We can see the crowd getting involved. Vic needs the crowd now. He needs his support system. Going for the deep serve. But Han Song is standing very deep on the receive. It's not going to bug him. We'll have to change it up. Han Song back at the table. Catching 2 nets. 2 net recoveries from Vic. How frustrating is that? Your opponent is playing all the mind games in the world, catching all the nets. That's not fun for anyone. A massive mountain to climb here for Vic. Vic's going to take his towel break. Remember, every 6 points. That is what caused this whole controversy. Tournament referee had to be called in. Colleen Stark had to explain to Han Song how table tennis works. Ever since then, Vic's been on the back foot. And Hanshin Song trying to prove a point, letting everybody know. Even those little mannerisms, walking to the net, hopping the ball over. It's all playing mind games. Vic takes one back. 5-point deficit. Becomes 4-point deficit. Becomes 3. Can Vic pull a rabbit at the hat? Clips the net, goes off, back to 4 points. I can tell you what, all 20 of the current viewership will want this to go into 5th set. That would be exciting. Drop a comment. Tell me what you think of this controversy. What do you think of these mind games? Trying for the backhand, catching the top edge. Vic's held his composure. Really subtle signs of frustration at what he's done. He can hold his head up high. He could have gotten involved in the controversy. He never did. Now he's still in it, fighting massive mountain to climb. Still in the game. At this point, you're telling yourself, just take one. Let's take this one. Vic takes one. Crowd's getting involved. Everyone learns a comeback. Everyone learns a comeback. No matter what the situation, a comeback. Vic goes for the backhand, not in position though. His weight's going backwards. Remember, you want your weight through the ball, you want your weight forward. 3 match points, 3 bronze medal points for Hutchinson. Vic saves one, still there. I finally think Hutchinson concedes. Not a huge amount of arguing about the towel break this time. He is leading by 2 points. Remember, towel break is not long. In international competition, you could get a yellow card if you take too long. You could get a yellow card here as well, I suppose. Unfortunate way to end an exciting match. So far, the biggest controversy so far has been this match between Vic Carrasco and Hanshin Song. A lot of mind games. Young umpire had to lay down the law. Time being wasted. The referee was called in. Tournament referee was called in. Hanshin Song still proving his point. He's going to have something to say, and why not? Nothing to lose. This is why we love the veterans. You see Michael Fidos there trying to explain fervently. I can guarantee you Hanshin Song knows the rules. He's been playing this game for a long time. He knows the rules. Nothing of that was because he doesn't understand the rules. It's all mind games. Gotta love it. Got to love it. Well done to the young Macheke Lekalaka for holding his ground. Macheke Lekalaka, you'll see he's going to play in the doubles tonight, junior doubles tomorrow in the junior singles. Under 19 boy represented Gauteng North at the senior nationals. It's good for these young guys to experience this, so that one day when they're up against it, they know what's happening. Michael's going to keep explaining to a veteran how table tennis works. So just to recap, we just saw Peter Bien winning the over the 60 plus gold medal against Rainer Stab. Third place goes to Hanshin Song. Fourth place to Vic Carrasco from the Free State. Well done to those. We'll have a medal ceremony soon. What's still happening in the background is nothing. You can see the hall. We see some juniors starting to warm up. There's doubles tonight, 5 o'clock. So there's a new link for that. This veteran singles is going to carry on. The veterans doubles is scheduled for tonight. I'm wondering if the tournament organizers will start that sooner, considering that they are flying through these categories very fast. So they might start the veterans doubles sooner. I don't know. I speak under correction. Definitely juniors doubles tonight. Let's see if we can get hold of those draws to get your taste buds activated. If you want to see the draws, please make your way to the Gauteng North website. That's gnttb.co.za. Click on the tournaments tab, and under the 2024 Gauteng North you'll see the schedule and you'll see the draws. Let's take a look at the junior doubles. You see all the draws are there. Junior doubles. There's the girls doubles and the boys doubles. In case you're wondering, I'm busy finding those for us. We're going to take a look at those now. We can have a quick discussion around that. Junior girls doubles, we see number 1 seed Karen Pillay and Tamika van As. Tamika van As, under 13 girl. Karen Pillay, not sure about age group, but seeded number 1. What's happened here is because of the amount of entries, all the age groups have been mixed together. So you're going to see there's under 11 girls. We see the under 11 girls, Danielle and Alicia Verheyen, playing against under 19 girls. Ashmika and Bhavna Hirula are number 2 seeds, bottom right. That's going to be an exciting matchup. And that's just to get everyone, give them a game. You might say that under 11 versus under 19 is not fair. Well, I'll say, think again, this is the one sport where age can be very deceptive. You can have a 90-year-old, you can have a 12-year-old. You can see some of our juniors playing in the senior category on Sunday. And some exciting juniors that will give the seniors a good run for their money. So back to the draw, Karen Pillay, Tamika van As, number 1 seed, number 2 seed, Hashmika Hiralal and Bhavna Hiralal, under 19 girls. Then our number 3 seed, Veya Pillay, on the bottom left, Simone Maslamvu. And then our number 4 seed, Natira Totaram and Kritika Totaram. You see the 2 sisters, 2 pairs of sisters on the right side of the draw. There's another pair of sisters, Kiona Pillay and Saihuri Pillay, on the same side of the draw. And they are playing Michaela Totaram and Shavishka Ramalingam. You see the pair Marlies Leroux and Yona Scholz from Gauteng North on that side of the draw on the right. And they're playing Kira Soror versus Sarah Mosner. And then on the other side, the left side of the draw, Sivarna Sivanan, Tarina Pillay. We see a lot of the Pillays playing at this tournament. Those are the ladies from UMG. Nice big contingent of juniors from UMG coming through. Mai Gokal and Dean Naidu, they're playing out there. Danielle Verheyen, Alicia Verheyen, under 11 girls playing Esina Sopoki and Imanam Zri. Excuse my pronunciation, but that's your junior girls draw. Let's take a look at the junior boys draw. Remember, all these draws available on the GNTTB website. Make your way there. So our junior boys draw, Ruan Skaltz and Renelwe Lekorwe. So Ruan calls Gauteng North, Renelwe from Botswana, one of the few international players that have come through for this competition. Number 1 seeds playing on the other side. We see number 2 seeds Daniel Naidu versus David Naidu. They'll know each other very well, whereas Rowan and Renelwe might need to work on their communication a little bit. Our 3rd seed Rupert Bester and Kurt du Plessis. Rupert Bester, under 13 boy, plays with a pimple, very exciting player. On the top right, 4th seed Ruan Uber, Jared Slier from Gauteng North. They're going to have a lot of fun in that competition. We see Mochele Lekalaka playing with Zazi Ekles. We saw Mochele standing his ground against Song as an umpire. Let's see how well he can stand his ground in this competition. They're playing Letaletu and Amohlela. Is that right? Whereas Marlu van den Berg, Yechia de Toit playing Dev Gokal and Keval Pillay. On the other side of the draw, we see Ruan and Jared playing Alungile and Ongesizwe. Ricardo Carrasco, we just saw Vic Carrasco with some controversy in his 3rd and 4th playoff. Ricardo, tall character. You're going to see him from the other side of the room playing with Benjamin Bester. We've got Trust and Makom Borero Husfu. Makom Borero has been coming along. His father coaching him. Gauteng North player. Excited to see that matchup there. Tayden Royapen, Nathan Dickerson. They're going to play Shane Swanepoel and Derek de Beer from Gauteng North. So this is your junior doubles draw. This is what you've got to look forward to tonight. Along with the the veterans doubles. Let's quickly take a look at that draw. So there were no lady entry veteran doubles, but there were a lot of men. And these men love playing doubles. Tell you what, let's get this full screen for you guys so you don't have to look at my messy desktop. Here's our veteran double, Vic Carrasco from Free State playing with Fricky Els from Gauteng Central. They are number 1 seed. Bottom right, Simon Diamond and Stan Hui. We saw Simon in the 60+ category lose against Peter Bian, and Stan did a good job to go as far as he did. You see on the other side of the draw, Himanshu Kapoor, Marvin Job. That's going to be an exciting matchup. 4th seed, Alon Argaman and Terence Lowe. Harry Kusia, Willie Bale, they first have to get past Barney Bai and Peter Bian. That's going to be a big task for the two of them, although they know each other very well. Remember, doubles is all about communication. It's all about tactically who can play the best. Not always the best players make the best doubles partners. Seshen Pillay, Denzel Royapen, they got a bye into the quarterfinals, whereas Lindley Peters and Ronald Lawrence from Gauteng North play Amar Gokal and Gunasegren Naker. So these are the doubles matchups that you have to look forward to. That is scheduled for 5 o'clock this evening. In the meantime, we see some players warming up and practicing. I'm going to take a short break of commentating as there's nothing to commentate on. Just a reminder not to go anywhere. We're going to find out what's next. Hopefully soon we'll hear from the tournament organizers what's next in store for us. Thank you for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Can we just put the plates? Coetzee and Thomas van Rensburg to table number 3. Category. Come, did I? Good, good. The umpire. The umpire will be Dylan Agostino. Table number 3. All right, and then we're going to move ahead with the third place playoff for the men's over 40 category on table number 2, which is Bani Bai versus Himanshu Kapoor. And the final of the veteran men's over 40 category will be contested between Alon Argaman and Ronald Lawrence. On table number 1, the umpire is Amadeus Fidos.
And welcome back. Things are starting to move again here at the Johnny Bach Stadium in Pretoria, the 2024 Gauteng North Open. We've had some controversy and we've had some good table tennis from these veterans. Today is the Veterans Day and we've had some fantastic table tennis. What we have seen is we saw the winner of the 60 plus category. We had Peter Byn beating Rainer Stubb in the final. While I'm talking, I can actually show you those images. So we had Peter Byn playing Rainer Stubb in the final with Vic Carrasco playing Onsheng Song in the third and fourth playoff. Peter Byn won that very comfortably, 3-0 in the end. Onsheng Song, the most controversial of the day. A lot of controversy around towel breaks and time wasting. There was a yellow card involved. They had to call the tournament referee and a young umpire, Mochele Lekalaka, stood his ground. And in the end, I think Vic was the unfortunate casualty in that, as Onsheng Song takes the bronze medal there. We also saw the ladies, the finals of the ladies. It wasn't a final, it was a round robin. And the results was as in the group, Judith Sasu won a very tight match against Raki Gokal. And Raki, very tight match against Chantal Oosthuizen, meaning that Judith takes the gold, Raki the silver, Chantal the bronze. Some other results that you might be interested in. Your over 40 men. This is still yet to be completed. We saw Barney Bai beat Lindley Peters to book a semi-final spot. He's going to play Alon Argaman. Actually, I lied. That semi-final was played. Alon beat Barney Bai. Whereas on the other side of the draw, Himanshu Kapoor is playing Ronald Lawrence, who took out the second seed, Marvin Job, to book his place in that semi-final. So that's coming up next. We've got Alon Argaman versus Barney Bai and Himanshu Kapoor versus Ronald Lawrence. That's happening shortly. There was some more controversy as our 70 plus men had a couple of entries that weren't 70 plus. Let's quickly show you that draw and just explain what happened there. So our 70 plus men, Simon Diamond, Onsheng Song, Johan Coetzee, Thomas van Rensburg. Somehow Onsheng Song had accidentally selected that he was a veteran man over 70, which means he is taken out of this draw as he's only 64. It's potentially a language barrier, as Honshin Song is but Chinese, Mandarin at that. So that means there's one less player in this group. So we'll have a round robin between Simon Diamond, Johan Kutsia and Thomas van Rensburg. That's coming up very, very soon. Then some other draws to look forward to. So our junior boys, they're playing at 5 o'clock is the scheduled start for the junior boys. This is their draw over there. We see some young, exciting players. Ruan Skoltz, under 15, with the Botswanan, Renelwe. We see from KZN, Daniel Naidu, David Naidu, second seed. So this is going to be quite exciting. We've also got Rupert Bester from the Free State partnering up with Kurt du Plessis. And they are third seed, fourth seed, Zoran Jobert and Jared Celia, with a lot of other players in there. That's going to be quite exciting. Looking at our girls draw. This is the junior girls. So just to reiterate, due to the numbers, these girls' age groups were mixed to make sure that the girls get a game. We've got the under 11 pair, Danielle Ferreira and Alicia Ferreira, playing against the likes of Karin Pillay and Tamika van As. Tamika not far off, she's an under 13 girl, playing against second seed Hashimika Hirilal and Bhavna Hirilal. That's going to be quite exciting to watch. This is all coming up from 5 o'clock this evening. It's a different link to the current link. So just head over to the website or social media to get those links. The other doubles that we can look out for is the veterans doubles. That's scheduled to start at the same time. And you'll see all the names you've been watching the whole morning. Vic with Frikkie. First seed, Simon Diamond and Stan Hui. Second seed, third seed, Himanshu Kapoor, Marvin Job. Fourth seed, Alon Argaman and Terence Lowe. All this you can catch at 5 o'clock. So there's a lot of table tennis still to come today. In the meantime, let's take a look at some of the pictures you can see here. You can see some matches starting here. Table 1, that looks like Ronald Lawrence. So this is the semi-final of the 40 plus. Ronald versus Alon Argaman. They've already started. So we see there table number 2. Umpire Michael Fidos. Barney Bai versus Himanshu Kapoor. Here we see Alon taking a quick lead in the semi-final against Ronald. 8-2 the score. Change of shirt for Alon. Looks like he had a bit of a shower there. He's had some exciting table tennis. Alon with his typical tennis back swing finishes in the forehand corner. Meanwhile, Himanshu Kapoor versus Barney Bai. Himanshu leading by 2. It's going to be a lot tighter affair, I reckon. Although Ronald is a difficult player. Very consistent. Big question is, can he handle the anti-spin that Alon uses very much? Alon loves hitting those flat balls. tennis style back swing and that's the ball. What he's also very good at is angling the opponent left and right with those pushes with the anti-spin. 5 game points for Alon. Spinny return from Ronald. Not much in it. Alon has to go with this one. Well, Himanshu leading. He's got 3 game points of his own against Barney Bar. This is the semi-finals of the 40 plus category. Himanshu takes the first game very comfortably. No questions asked. Meanwhile, there on table number 3, we've got Simon Diamond. That's the 70 plus category. That's the category that had all the controversy. A lot of controversy this morning. Not a lot. It's just 1 or 2 controversial areas. One of which 70 plus category. Where Hong Xiong Song. He entered as 70 plus, but meanwhile he's not 70 plus. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt, the language barrier. So that's Simon Diamond, Thomas van Rensburg. They're on table number 3. Meanwhile, table number 1, Ronald Lawrence hanging in there, hanging tough. 2 all in second. They need to win this game to put pressure on Alon. A lot of these top players, if there's no pressure, they run away with it. So Ronald needs to put pressure. See, there's no pressure, no difficulty. I saw Alon struggling with that forehand. Earlier and now, because there's no pressure. You need to put these guys under pressure, you need to keep them under pressure. Ronald not moving well, frustration creeping in. When you play at this level, you've got to make sure that you lose, that you play, that you move. Ronald's a good player. He beat number 2 seed Marvin. So he's not somebody to be messed with. Ronald very consistent. Spinny top spins. 6-point deficit for Ronald. Ronald not moving, not playing, no intensity in his game. It's making it a little bit too easy for Alon. Meanwhile, we can see the intensity Barney's come up with. He's got a 1-point lead, 3-2 on table number 2. Alon just running around, smashing the ball down the line. 7 game points. Alon's going to have to go to his corner. He's going to have to work this out. That was much better play. Eventually finishing off with an edge. Nice defense. That's 1 point back. Cramping up along for the serve. That's clever. Good play from Ronald. It's the kind of thing he needs to build towards. If you can't win this game, at least build towards the next game. There we go. There's a nice scoring from Ronald. So that's 3 game points saved. With the forehand again, just not in position for his third shot to play. Just didn't get it. Meanwhile, Barney Byers ran away with the game against Himanshu. Hands on the hips, trying to figure out what happened. He won the first one, and now all of a sudden, 6 points behind. Often happens, just because you won the first game. Relax just a little bit, and remember, time adjustment. All the opponent needs to do is change one thing. It takes you 6 points to realize. And suddenly you're on the back foot. And actually going for a backhand, leaning over onto his forehand side. 6-point deficit restored. Barney Bly going for the forehand. Remember, he's a left-handed player. Hitting the net, forcing the ball off. Meanwhile, back in table 1. Game's restarted. Along with a 1-point lead. And rushing through the service points. Umpire can barely keep up. He's flipping the scorecard. Looks like he's racing away to the semi-final. And he catches a high ball. Ball drifts and lands on the wrong side of the table. Himanshu lost that game. It's a big turnaround. 6-point turnaround there for Himanshu. Back to the drawing board for him. Meanwhile, Simon Diamond leading 2-0 against Yuan Kutse. No, Thomas van Rensburg. My apologies to Yuan. Thomas van Rensburg, Simon Diamond making quick work of that 70+ category. Ronald's pulled a little bit of a rabbit. 5-all, must win for him. He wants to make the finals of the 50+ category. We saw a lot of that side swipe, serve, window wiper in a game against Peter Byrne. From Alon. Was it Peter? Trying to recall, I think so. Too much table tennis happening. See, with these categories, the players can play in 2 different categories. So if a player is 70, they can play 70+ and 40+ if they choose, or 70+, 60+ if they so choose. So there's a lot of duplications here. We've seen a lot of players playing multiple categories. And it's just to confuse the poor commentator. And Ronald staying in touch in this game. 2 points. So far the closest game we've had. 3 match points for Alon Argawan. Alon just hits that serve with this game. Reads it very well. Not a bad serve, nice and low. Top spin though. And eats it for lunch. Lunchtime. Meanwhile, table 2. Barney Byer is taking a commanding lead. Massive turnaround. Himanshu is going to need to reconsider what's going on here. It might be a nice idea. Chasing Barney Byer around. Barney likes to attack. He likes to play positive table tennis. Ball in the court. Himanshu walks away from the table to pick up the ball in the court. You see there that Simon Diamond took his first 70+ match very easily. Now he's up against Gauteng North's Yuan Kutse. Yuan Kutse is an athlete, discus, Gauteng North veteran's discus thrower. Due to injury, he's had to pick up table tennis. Good decision, Yuan, good decision. Meanwhile, table number 1, Ronald and Alon having decent conversation, discussing tactics, discussing technique. It's good to see. Himanshu is fighting back, pulling his way back here. Still a 2-point deficit. They've got 3 points. I'm super excited to see the final. Alon in the final already. Who's going to make the final? It's going to be Barney. Is it going to be Himanshu? Himanshu blocking on the bounce, chasing Barney around. 2-point deficit for serve. Rushing the serve. And finishing with a 1-point deficit. Himanshu hasn't given up yet. Very competitive player from KZN. Manchu with a nice block, catches the edge. Very difficult for Barney to adjust. 1 point deficit. Can Manchu do it? This would be a nice way to seal a comeback. Take the third. But Barney's got 2 game points. 2 game points for Barney. Barney's just going to control this one, runs around, plays a beautiful touch one. 2-1 for Barney. Now it's Hibanshu. It's his turn, back against the wall. Table tennis is a fun game. It's a game where you can dominate a game, the next game you dominate it. And you cannot write anyone off, even at this stage. Barney looks like he's in complete control. Himanshu took decent steps, clawing his way back in that game. Now he's gone to his coach, Alon. Don't know if it's coaching or just a general discussion. Taking his mind off the game, maybe. So look at the rest of the hall. A lot of table tennis being played. Back on table 2. Short serve for Himanshu. Good start. Rushing through the serves. We apologize for the break in audio there. Quick battery change required. And while we're sorting that out, Barney Bar is taking complete control of this fifth set. 3 points in the lead. Seeing a little discussion there between Simon and Johan. Johan leading. 7-5. Simon not running away with that one. And Manchu blocking, clipping the net. Sorry, not sorry. Again, clipping the net. This time he's really sorry. He's working over to apologize. And Manchu is a stand-up guy. I can tell you that he doesn't want to win. 3-point lead restored from Barney. 3 points away. 2 points away to the final for Barney. So Michael asking if the ball keep the edge. Honestly, says no. Barney still in the lead by 2 points. A lot of action in the background there. 3 match points for Barney Bar. Semi-finals, 40 plus. And Manchu says net, while I am at the camera. Hits a forehand. Really. He's just controlling. And Barney takes it. So controlling. Just wide. Backing to Manchu's forehand. And our finalist, second finalist in the 40 plus category, Barney Bar. Barney's going to be playing Alon Abduman. He beat Ronald Lawrence in the semi-final. Ronald taking out the second seed, Marvin, to book his place in the semi-final. And unfortunately, the semi-final didn't work very well for him. Meanwhile, Johan Pitsia has taken the game against Simon Diamond. Simon Diamond's been around for a long time, right? He plays this game a long time. Johan Pitsia has been around for a year or two. And he's challenging Simon. It's not a bad thing. Simon's not taking it too well, as you can see by the new scoreline. 4-0. Johan to serve. Pitsia. Simon loves attacking. Those are the control on the backhand, or empty. Depends on how it feels. And going for the big shots. As an execute. So what we're looking at now, table 3, 70 plus category. 3 players, so they're playing around robin. Johan Pitsia, Simon Diamond, Thomas van Rensburg. Simon Diamond beat Thomas quite comfortably. He's finding it a little bit tougher. You wouldn't look at this scorecard and say it's tougher sitting on Simon. Johan with a beautiful backhand, steps over 2 scoring size, plays a cross-court backhand. Belly spot. Tries the same shot again, this time doesn't connect. They look great. Nice. If you connect, if you don't connect, pushing into the net, giving Simon 7 points. Simon's not easily going to let a 7-point lead go. 8 game points for Simon. He would say to restore law and order in his group. Simon with a chop smash cross court. Those aren't actually quite that easy to play. If you think they are, then I encourage you, come and join us. Let's see you at the 2025 Gauteng North Open. In the meantime, join a club, get your skills up, and come and join us next year. So in this category, this is the 70 plus category. This is the second last match. After this matchup, we've got Johan Kutsia playing Thomas van Rensburg to seal it. Between those three, one is going to take the gold. Simon Diamond, one game away from taking the gold in the 70 plus category. Johan Kutsia, 5 games away. He has to take 2 games, he has to take this one and a 5th set against Simon, and then he has to beat Thomas van Rensburg if he wants to take the gold. Johan Kutsia stretching out in front of him, there's very little foot movement. When you're 70 plus, your movement tends to be a little bit reserved. But movement is essential in this game. If you don't believe me, come and watch the juniors and the seniors. See what a little bit of movement makes a difference. How big that movement makes a difference. Simon racing away. All of a sudden, we thought Johan was in that game, taking that second game. Simon with a wild swing. It's a very short ball. It's a very early. And pushing the heavy spin into the net. Can't go hard at those. This time the top spin serve goes long. Scratch of the head from Johan. Nice top swing from Simon. Wide to his forehand. Didn't try to hit it too flat. A lot of brush on the ball, a lot of top spin. Needed a good block from Johan. Again, Simon just brings up the heavy backspin. So on the point this time it's Johan's turn. Seven championship points effectively. And Simon just needs one to clinch the gold medal in the 70 plus category. Category is not over yet. We still need to see Johan play Thomas, but Simon's part in this has been reduced to umpiring. Simon's always happy to teach if he wins. Tends to be less happy when he loses. But he's carefully teaching Johan how to return a heavy backspin ball. And in his defense, Johan was struggling a lot. So hopefully Johan's listening. Johan very grateful, very gracious. Looks like we're saying I'd rather top spin it, which we all would, wouldn't we? It's much more fun. Looks much better when you top spin that backspin ball. Let's see what we can see on the rest of the tables. This all looks like practicing and preparing. And remember the juniors doubles starting at 5 today. It's quite exciting. Junior doubles, veteran doubles. This looks very exciting. Meanwhile, we're going to leave, Blood will leave you just for a short while. Don't go too far because we'll be back very soon. But thank you for listening. Quick shout out to our sponsors, Tony's Table Tennis, Fed Group, Puma Video, WJ Creator, Pebble Rock Media for making all these videos possible. Don't go too far. We're going to be starting something very soon.
Please clear up to 2. So that is table 2. category. The group stages first. On table number 1, which is Victor Russell, Lawrence, and Frickles. On table number 2 is group 2, which is Barney Bai, Billy Bale, and Marikiza. On table number 4 is group 4, which is Lady Motors, Royala, and Rainbow Star. On table number 5, Vernon, Nate, Gunnar, and Alvin. On table number 6 is Manshu Kapoor, Amin Mosi, and Ian McLeod. Okay, and then on table 7 and 8, we're going to split group 6. So effectively, 4 players that are in group 6, Terence Lowe, Neil DePria, Sarah Putzer, and Greg Knight. We're going to be playing 2 matches simultaneously on table 7 and 8. Your umpires are Christo and Ruan Fento on table 7 and 8. Thanks.
As you can see, plays resumed. This is the 50 plus category, table 1 and table 2. We've got Ronald Lawrence playing here. We saw him playing in the semi-final of the 40 plus category. Here is in the 50 plus category. In table 2 there, we've got Barney Bai and Willie Bale. Willie in Gauteng North, Barney from Gauteng Central. Willie plays with the pimple on the back end. It's a pimple with a sponge. Tricky pimple to play with, tricky pimple to play against. And then meanwhile, table 3, Juan Couture is playing in the 70 plus category. Remember, that's just a round robin. So Juan Couture is playing Thomas van Rensburg. We'll catch up on that score. Looks like Juan is leading that one. Yeah, we've got Vic Carrasco and Ronald Lawrence. I think this is the groups of the 50 plus category. It's not the groups, it is possibly the knockout, we'll see shortly.
Sarah Morsner to the control table, please. Sarah Morsner.
If you've just joined us, welcome to the 2024 Gauteng North Open. We are looking at the 50 plus veterans category. So we've seen the 40 plus, we've seen the 70 plus, and now we're looking at the 50 plus category. We also saw the 40 plus ladies, 3 entries, played around robin, nice competition, very tight with the ladies. Table number 1 here, Vic Carrasco, Ronald Lawrence. This is the over 50 category, not under 50, over 50 category. In the group there, you'll see Ricky Else. He's umpiring. He's part of this group. This is the group stages. Top 2 of the group go through. Third player goes home. Unless they play doubles, then they'll wait for the doubles. Table number 2, Barney by Billy Bale. Billy from Gauteng North, Barney by Gauteng Central. We saw Barney by not a stranger to losing the first match and then to dominate after that. The first game, I mean. Not the first match, the first game. Barney a left-hander. He loves teasing the right-handers with that short serve, going away from them. That one, heavy backspin. Heavy backspin. Off the side of the table. Fortunately, Billy. Not really. Here, Billy with a bit of a shout there. And Barney takes that one very easily. Right on table 1 here, we see Ronald Lawrence and Vic Carrasco fighting it out. Vic leading this one, 2 games to 1. Ronald took the first game, and Vic is fighting back. Now in the lead. Now it's Ronald's turn to fight. Ricky doing a lot of coaching there. Who knows? Ricky's got to still play Ronald. Let's see if Ronald listens in this game, maybe in the game against Ricky. Billy Bell back against the wall against Barney By. Billy's going to have to pull that rabbit out that hat. Probably not the best start. Heavy backspin. Took it very late. Side spin, top spin 1. But he's going to go for it. He doesn't execute. When that forehand works, it's very fast. When being a key word. Billy with a window wiper. Backspin. Wins the point for him. This way, the regular window wiper, not the reverse. Arnold just waiting for it and getting a beautiful forehand. Meanwhile, Ronald has listened to what Vicky had to say, taking a 3-0 lead against Vic. Vic, the number 1 seed for this category. Vic with a very spinny top spin, difficult to control for Ronald. Both Gauteng North players here. Ronald, table 1. Willie, table number 2. Both of them back against the wall. Must-win game for them. Both of them tied 3-3, 4-4 respectively. Both players using the towel break on table 1. Fast serve to the forehand. Ronald gets there but just doesn't get to put it back on the table. Vic now serving from the other side of the table with his own window wiper. And he just finishes with a cross-court smash. Really berating himself, not sure why. Wasn't concentrating on what he was doing. And this windscreen wiper serve is very popular amongst the veterans. Really hands on his knees. That's what service errors do to you. Bring you to your knees. 10%, that's what you're giving your opponent. 10% of a game. Probably like 10.2, 10.1. Point is, you don't want to make service errors. That's what you don't want to do. Free points. You don't want to give free points. The game is hard enough. Opponents are good enough. Don't give them free points. Ronald taking the lead. 1 point in the lead here. Ronald now doing the same technique. Fast serves to the backhand. Going into the counter rally. And Ronald's just playing the pushing game. Waiting for Vic to make a mistake. Vic looking at the scorecard. He would want to finish at this game. Ronald definitely wants to push it to fifth. I think I can speak for all our viewers, all 7 of our concurrent viewers, that we also want that. Ronald 1 point away, forcing a 5th set. Takes it, first time of asking. And we're going into a 5th setter. Vic Carrasco, Ronald Lawrence. Meanwhile, Willy's made a comeback of his own. 3-point turnaround, 1 game point. Window wiper. Soft touch and finish in the corner with a roar. Well done, Willy. He made that one count. He not only came back, but he forced a 5th and final decider. Barney doesn't look too bugged. Looking for his towel though. Finally finds his towel. And now heading to his corner. Willy in deep discussions there with his coach. Lindley Peters. He was discussing with Lindley Peters there. No, they busy playing a match, so they weren't discussing anything there. A bit of confusion about who's to serve. Remember, this is a 5th and final set. Same on table number 1. 5th and final set. You see them changing sides. When the first player that reaches to 5, they'll change sides. And he goes for a wild backhand. It's not there. Ronald takes the lead. In the 5th and final. Meanwhile, Barney Bai is taking the lead in his game. This is exciting veterans table tennis right here. 5 setters galore. 5 setters galore. We see Barney taking a 4-point lead. They've got to change sides there. Barney is leading by 4 points. See if the umpire remembers to change the scorecard. He does. Same thing on table number 1. Ronald leading this one. See one Gauteng North member back to the wall. Other one leading by 3. Let's see. Ronald does a dead serve onto the forehand. Now goes into defensive. Now top spin forehand. Seems like he's got that winning combination. Consistency is generally the winning combination. Ronald lobbing, fishing. Vic says, I've had enough of that. Shake of the head as well. to boot. Willie trying the soft touch. Ball into the net. Now 5 points he needs to make up if he wants to make an indent in his group. That's one way of doing it. Ronald's gone very defensive. He's playing far from the table, waiting for Vic to make the mistake. Very different playing styles here. There we go. Shot in anger from Ronald. Not really angry, not an angry guy, but he loves his table tennis. Barney is now taken 7-point lead in the 5th game. 7 match points for Barney. 1 save by Willie. Can he pull this rabbit? He's got 6 match points that he needs to save. That's it. Barney Bye wins that match. Meanwhile, Ronald has 6 match points on his side. 1 saved already. Let's see if Vic can save another one. And that's it. The end of that match. Vic put up a good fight. Was leading for long times, especially in the 4th game. He was leading 2-1 in the game score. And Ronald came back, won that game, won the match. Now we'll see Fricky. Fricky's going to play either Vic or Ronald. Whereas on the other table we've got Lucky Madikiza. Lucky and Barney going to face off.
Yanni, you lead. Danny Olivier, please report to the principal's office. Danny Olivier.
If you've just joined us, you are watching the 50 plus veterans category here at the Gauteng North Open 2024. Thank you for joining us and welcome here. We've had fantastic days with the play, with the veterans. Such a pleasure to watch. We had the 50 plus, 40 plus categories, both men and women, that's completed. And then 70 plus category, men's completed. 60 plus category, men's completed. Now we're busy with the 50 plus category. This is still the group stages. We're looking at group number 1 here on table 1 in front of us. Frikkie Els versus Vic Carrasco. Vic Carrasco is number 1 seed for the competition in this category. Table number 2, we've got group 3, Barney Bai, 3rd seed. Barney Bai played Billy Bale. Barney beat him. Was a tight 5th setter. Barney's currently playing Lucky and he's leading 2-0. If Barney wins this one, it will be an ultimate showdown between Lucky and Willie. That's going to be fun to watch. On table number 1, Vic Carrasco has already played Ronald. Ronald won that one. He won also a fifth setter. It's quite an epic match. Now we've got Frikkie Els playing Vic Carrasco. Very important for Vic. He needs to win this one if he wants to stay in the competition. If he loses this one, there's no chance for him. Meanwhile, if he does win this one and Ronald beats Frikkie, then Frikkie is out Ronald through. If it does happen that Vic wins this one and Frikkie beats Ronald, then it will go down to game scores, most likely. There is a formula to work those things out. Tournament administrators will do that properly. As we see Lucky serving, he's trailing by 1 point in a must-win game for him against Barney. Barney not doing too much, he's controlling, waiting for the right one. Probably a good tactic if your opponent's not attacking very well. So Barney to serve, 2 point lead. Lucky's going for a big shot. Doesn't come off. Meanwhile, Vic has taken one, the deuce game, 12-10. That's going to start making things very interesting. It will be very interesting if Vic wins this one. Then it becomes a death match between Ronald and Frikkie. If it really was a death match, I'd probably rate Frikkie, as he is a police officer. And we would trust our police officers would do well in the death match. So 1-1, the previous game between Ronald and Vic also was a 5-setter. So that's quite exciting. And some of the other courts we can see a lot of tables here, 15 tables. We see players, different categories, all of them having a good time. If you're in the area, please come through, come and support. We've got the veterans today. Later on, we're going to do junior doubles starting, and then veteran doubles still to come. That's all at 5 o'clock. Junior doubles, veteran doubles, it's going to be a different link. So if you can't make it here to the Johnny Bach Stadium, you can join us online. You can catch those links on social media, Instagram or Facebook, or on the website gntb.co.za. Tournaments, click on the tournaments tab, and then click on 2024 Open, Gauteng North 2024 Open, and you'll see there's the prospectus, there's the schedule, there's the draws, and you'll see all the links to all the live streams. We'll start that live stream at 4:45. Just doing a little bit of a recap for anyone who might have missed the day. See, we've had a good viewership today. All in all, yesterday we had close to 300 viewers. Today we've had 415 views already. Not all of them concurrent. We've had on average about 20 concurrent viewers. It's dropped down to about 11 now. As it's Friday, I'm assuming people were at work watching and are traveling home. If they weren't at work, they probably had some gardening to do. And I'm not so sure if I'd rather be gardening than to be at the Johnny Bach Stadium at this point in time. I don't know, you tell me. Would you rather be gardening, or would you be here playing, watching table tennis? Just let us know in the comments what you think. In the meantime, we see Frikkie taking a commanding lead in this third game. 7-3 ahead against Vic, our number 1 seed. Vic has already lost one game against Ronald, a very tight 5-setter. Could have gone either way. Now we're heading into another 5-setter category. If Vic loses this one, it's going to be a must-win game for him the next one. And actually, that's what we want to see, right? We didn't come here to watch walkovers. We want these tight matches, especially with these veterans. 2023 Gauteng North Open with no veterans categories, and as true to the veterans, they let us know about it, so we accommodated them. Gauteng North listened. Now they've added a veterans category. Long weekend, 4-day weekend for us, but we would not be anywhere else rather than here at the Johnny Bach Stadium, giving these guys a platform, giving them an opportunity to play and compete, especially these veterans. We've had some controversy, not as much as we were expecting, because these veterans enjoy speaking their mind and being heard. We had the controversy of a towel break misuse. It wasn't really a towel break misuse. It was every point misuse. A yellow card was involved. The match referee was involved. Tournament referee was involved. It was a lot of fun. That game was between Vic Carrasco and Tony Song. And there was a lot of fun. Another contentious entry was the same player entering for the over 70 category, even though he's not over 70. Apparently the language barrier was to blame, and we will give them the benefit of the doubt. Just like that, massive comeback. We see Vic coming back from a 6-point deficit, nearly clinching it. Fricky just does enough, 11-9. Fricky leads 2-1. Now we're going into 5-set territory. Vic must win this one. If he doesn't win this one, there is no chance for him to proceed into the main draw. He has to win 2, and then from there he has to hope for a better result between Ronald and Fricky. And there you have it. Unfortunately, Vic lost that one to Fricky, which means he is out. He still has doubles to play. Number 1 seed out. And now we're going to see who's going to top the group. Is it going to be Fricky or is it going to be Ronald Loris? Whoever wins this tops the group. Meanwhile, on table number 2, Billy Bales taking on Lucky. to see who goes through to the main draw. Barney Bar is already through. He's won 2 matches. Billy has to win this one if he wants to proceed, and so does Lucky. So this is going to be an interesting matchup. So far, close game. 2-point lead, slender lead for Billy with a heavy backspin serve. There goes Billy, he loves that forehand. It's not stable in the shot though. As he hits it, you can hear him jumping and landing. He needs to get stability. You need a strong base if you want to play good attacking shots. And Lucky hits the ball down to the backhand side. Make sure of that point. Now we've got a 9-all game. Remember, this is for a place in the main draw, the 50+ category. Billy with a game point. He's got the window wiper, and it didn't seem like he was ready for the return. I wonder if he thought he was going to win a point outright. There goes Billy with the forehand again. A little bit of a jump as he goes into the ball. That leaves him chasing a game point now, from having a game point to defending. And Lucky takes it. Lucky grabs it out of the jaws of defeat. Grabs that game. So we bring you these live video from the Johnny Bach Stadium with commentary. The commentary is here and there and everywhere as much as we can. And what a pleasure it is to be hosting the veterans of South Africa. We've got veterans from all over the country. We've got guys from KZN, guys from Gauteng Central. We even have a Cape Town entry. How amazing is that? Amazing turnout for this PE2 competition. 210 entries in all. It was a fantastic turnout. Well done, Gauteng North. I'm going to leave you to watch without my commentary for a bit, and then I'll catch you a little bit later.
Veteran men over 50, the knockout draw is available by the control table if you want to have a look. We will start with the knockout matches in about 5 minutes. Just a reminder, the veteran men over 50, the knockout stage draw is available on the TV in the front. We're going to start with the knockout matches now, the round of 16. On table number 1 is Ahmed Morsi versus Vernon Maney. The umpire is Amadeus. That's Ahmed Morsi versus Vernon Maney on table number 1. Table number 2 is Willie Bale versus Neil Duprier. The umpire will be Michael Fidos. That's Willie Bale versus Neil Duprier on table number 2. On table number 3, Lindley Peters versus Frick Els. Lindley Peters versus Frick Els on table number 3. The umpire is Dylan Agostino. And on table number 4 is Greg Knight versus Yanni Onifiu. The umpire is Ron Fenter. It's Greg Knight versus Yanni Onifiu. Umpire is Ron Fenter. Lindley Peters and Frick Els to table number 3, please. And Neil Duprier to table number 2. And Vernon Maney to table number 1. Vernon Maney, you are required on table number 1. Vernon Maney. Frick Else to table number 3. Frederick Else to table number 3. Jared Cilliers, please report to the principal's office. Jared Cilliers. Bai, please come to the control table. Barney Bai. Barney, please come to the control table. Kurt Duplessis, if you are in the hall. Kurt Duplessis, please come to the control table.
Hello again and welcome to the 2024 Gauteng North Open. If you've just joined us, we've had a long, hard day of veterans battling it out. You're currently watching the 50-plus veterans, the quarterfinals. They're running a little bit behind schedule, but never fear, there's enough tables. The juniors doubles are going to start as planned at 5 o'clock. Just a heads up, we're going to change links for that. You're going to see the same pictures though, but this link is going to expire in about 10 minutes. Just so that you know where we're at. This is the 50-plus draw. You can see currently Willie Bale is playing what looks to be Neil Dupria from Group 6. That's there on table number 2. Neil seems to be leading. He's got 2 games to 1 lead and he's leading by 3 points. Willie needs to work really hard, just like that. On table number 4 there we see just a bit of warm-up, it would seem. Alon Argaman and Himanshu Kapoor. But like we said, soon, 5 o'clock, we're going to start with the junior doubles. We also, after this round of, this is the quarterfinals by the way, of the 50s, there's the semifinals and the finals. That will all happen on the new link. If you're not sure what that link is, head over to our website, gnttb.co.za. Click on the tournaments tab and click on 2024 Gauteng North. There we go. You see Neil beating Willie in the quarterfinal. That's the end of that round. I'm sure they'll jump onto the next round. We won't complete that round on this link. This link is going to expire soon. So if you're busy viewing that, just stand by for the juniors. That's going to happen on a new link.
We're going to move into the veteran men over 50 quarterfinals on tables number 1 to 4. Quarterfinal number 1, Ronald Lawrence versus Vernon Mamie on table number 1. The umpire is Dylan Agostino. On table number 2 is Neil Dupria versus Rainer Stubb. And the umpire is Mochele Kalakala. On table number 3 is Barney Bai versus Frick Else. The umpire is Ruan Fenter, please. And on table number 4, we have Greg Knight versus Himanshu Kapoor. The umpire is Christo Fenter.
And with that final notice from Vivek Singh, we are going to say goodbye to this live stream. If you're currently on this live stream, don't fear, there's another stream. Just check out for the junior one. So, but thank you so much for hanging around with us, for being with us. We'll see you on the next one.